Hello.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, Maria. I think we've got all 7 board members here. I'm just trying to count my Hollywood Squares screen. 1, 2.
Yeah, on my end, it says connecting to audio. That's why.
4, 5. Where's Ralph? We're missing Ralph. Let's wait a second for Ralph. It's a good time to tell folks if you're joining us for the meeting, now's a great time to hit mute on your screen if you're just watching. Kind of reduces the noise in the background for everyone.
John, can you hear me?
I can hear whoever just spoke. Was that Claudia?
Yeah, I was just having trouble with the audio, so I just make sure. Thanks.
Yeah, no worries. All right, folks, we're waiting for one more board member, but we're going to begin the meeting in just 1 second. Okay. So we'll do our call. So thank you all for being here. We'll do our call to order for our May 7th Santa Monica Board of Education meeting. I believe 6 board members are here. We are just waiting for board member Metcher, who will join us shortly. Sarah Warrenbrook, if you see the note from Vanina, our interpreter. I'm not quite sure what we have to do with that.
That's me. Hold on.
Okay. In the meantime,
let's see.
We will do what I think is the oddest part of our Zoom meetings for school board is we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance in our home.
Wait, John, hold on 1 second. I can't seem to find the translation option.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second.
We'll conduct our business with the pledge and everything in the meantime, and then when we get to the business of the meeting, if we haven't done it yet, we'll pause then.
Oh, Ben, you're the host. Can you make me a host? And then I can do it.
Hold on for 1 second.
Okay. And while we're doing this, if everyone can rename themselves to be their full name.
I'm trying to find
At the bottom of the screen, it should say participants, and then it brings up participant list, and you can find my name and, oh, you know what? Hold on.
manage participant.
Find,
No.
You already are the co-host, Sarah.
Co-host Sarah.
I know I need to be the host in order to do translation.
Okay, hold on 1 second. I wanted to manage participants.
Yeah, so you should see one that says
So I'm gonna do.
Sarah W.
Yeah, I see it. I'm gonna do
So
a host.
Yeah.
All right. Don't forget, I'll need you to change it back to me later on.
Yes.
Okay.
And so now I should, hold on. I should be able to, oh, never mind. Hold on, I can fix this. Wait, sorry. Okay, now I'm the host. Interpretation, there we go. Okay, hold on. Let me make. Vanina, are you there?
Yeah.
Sorry, just need to make sure.
She said yes in the chat.
Okay, wonderful. I think interpretation is working.
Okay.
Okay,
That
sorry
being
about that.
said, we are now going to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. If, like me, you are wearing shorts, make sure you don't stand up in the camera. So, stand.
Or your pajamas.
Yeah, and Ralph is, please note that board member Metcher has joined us. Place your hand over your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance
To the flag.
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. I don't know why that just seems so silly to me as we all do that at home, but we're doing it together. Approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
So moved from Maria, seconded by Oscar. All board members, including our student members, in favor of approving the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Wonderful. Our agenda is approved as submitted. We have one set of minutes for approval from April 1st. Do I have a motion to accept as submitted?
So moved.
Hey, John,
Who got that first?
I just had one question.
I know, we're going to do that in a second, Rob. I want to find out who moved it, though.
I did.
Maria moved
Richard.
it. Who was second?
Richard.
Was second? Okay, and then, so then comments. Ralph?
Yeah, just the one comment. Oh, let's see. On item 5, where it talks about McKinley, my suggestion is it reads, they approve that the board approve the request to receive a waiver from SED standards for McKinley. It doesn't really adequately describe what we actually did. Let me turn to it.
Which number was this, Ralph? Remind me. I'm looking at it.
It's I apologize, I'm going back to it. It's on page
Number 5. I see.
number 5.
How would you, Sarah Warrenbrock, if you're here with us, how can we state this to read to more accurately reflect board member Metcher's suggestion?
Sorry, you'll have to restate. I was trying to fix some technical issues. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm looking for it myself.
It reads, it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the request for a waiver from McKinley Elementary School to run a school-wide Title I program for the 2021 school year.
So I would just say it should read, excuse me, approve the request to receive a waiver from SED standards for McKinley to run a program. I mean,
Is Jacqueline on?
So I'm wondering if we can just restate the recommendation to read that the board approves the recommendation to submit a waiver to run a school-wide Title I program for the 2021 school year for McKinley Elementary School.
okay. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, 'cause-
That way, or do you want us to specifically?
no, that's fine. But
Okay.
the distinction is that we're not approving it. We're submitting for that request.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Great. So with that one correction or adjustment, so to approval of minutes, so we will go through the board. Oscar, you guys give me a thumbs up and I'll call it out if you want. Oscar's a yes. Maria? Yes. Lori?
Yes.
Kimya?
Yes.
Mia?
A yes, but
Yes.
I was a yes.
Okay, I saw, yeah. Craig?
Oh my God.
I can't see you, Craig.
Yes.
Ralph?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so that is, the minutes are approved with the one amendment.
You didn't count my vote, John.
Oh, sorry, TJ. TJ, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Great, so the minutes are approved, and now I have a few things to read out from closed session, so please bear with me. DN 1013-1920, final settlement agreement. Kindly note the summary of the settlement is as follows. The district agrees to conduct an early triennial for student inclusive of the following assessments: psychoeducation, including social emotional, speech and language, occupational therapy, and adapted physical education. The district agrees to fund educational services provided by non-public agency not to exceed $6,400. The district shall pay reasonable attorney fees not to exceed $7,700. Motion by Lori Lieberman, second by Ralph Metcher, was approved 7-0. DN 1014-1920 final settlement agreement. Kindly note that the summary of the settlement is as follows. The district agrees to fund educational services with non-public agency in amount not to exceed $4,000. The district shall pay reasonable attorney fees not to exceed $2,500. Motion by Lori Lieberman, second by Maria Elena Vasquez. This passed 7-0. DN 1015-1920, final settlement agreement. Kindly note that the summary of the settlement is as follows. The district agrees to reimburse parents in an amount not to exceed $3,000 for an assessment. The district agrees to fund and provide student with a full-time one-to-one non-public agency aide. 3, the district shall pay reasonable attorney fees not to exceed $8,000. Motion by Craig Foster, second by Maria Elena Vasquez, again approved 7-0. Sarah, just a bookkeeping note in the first part, line 1, we should change the word no to not, an amount not to exceed $3,000. DN 1016-1920 final settlement agreement. Kindly note that the summary of the settlement is as follows. The district agrees to fund an independent educational evaluation, IEE, in the area of neuropsychoeducation and speech and language. The district agrees as compensatory education only and not as part of an IEP or subject to stay put. The district agrees to reimburse parents in an amount not to exceed $10,000. The district shall pay reasonable attorney fees not to exceed $14,500. Motion made by Richard Terwilder and Jeswin, seconded by Craig Foster, and passed 7-0. That's all we have to read out from closed session. On that note, we will move to Board of Education commendations and recognitions. And we have an Earth Day climate presentation. I know we said that our board meetings were really going to be about just the necessary business of the district, but it'd be nice to have something that sort of takes us back to normal. And I think this recognition commendation will be welcome for all of us. So who will be presenting, Ben? Do you know?
It'll be Mr. Kerry Upton.
Kerry Upton. Take it away, Mr. Upton.
Hello, hi, Kerry Upton, Chief Operations Officer, and I'm actually going to introduce Austin Toyama, who is our Sustainability Coordinator, and he's going to take us through this poster contest. And Sarah, am I showing it, or so can I be a host, or are you doing it?
I have made you a co-host.
I am a co-host. Okay, great. I am putting it up now, and Austin, take it away.
All right. Well, hi, everybody. Thank you for giving me some time here to share about one of our most recent student engagement initiatives. I recently started as the district sustainability coordinator at the beginning of March. And since then, I've been coming back and forth from the office, but it's been a great time. It's been interesting so far with this whole pandemic. So yeah, I just wanted to give you guys a little info about the Earth Day activity and the poster contest that we hosted. Carrie, could you go to the next slide, please?
Maybe, maybe not.
There we go. All right. So as most of you probably know, April 22nd marked the 50th anniversary of Earth Day, which it was a monumental day for raising awareness and just drawing support for the global environmental movement. And we wanted to do something for the students, even though they're at home distance learning. So in honor of Earth Day and to try to engage students, we organized this poster contest. Our district sustainability plan emphasizes education and engagement type of efforts that will encourage action and promote sustainability within the community. So the goal here was to engage students at home during spring break while they're distance learning, and then get them to create something meaningful and consider sustainability and a sustainable planet in the process. So on the left here is the contest flyer that was sent out to our district parents and students and principals. And on the right is the press release that was announcing the winners. The contest was set up for students in transitional kindergarten to 5th grade. And the idea was to draw or digitally design a poster and submit it, showing what a healthy, sustainable planet looks like to them. The theme was titled My Sustainable World, and those words had to be present somewhere on the students' posters. They were separated into 2 groups, so we selected 2 winners from the transitional kindergarten to 2nd grade group and 2 winners from the 3rd to 5th grade group. Myself and the Green Team committee parents acted as judges and selected these winners. And then the winning artwork was showcased on the district webpage and our district sustainability Twitter and Instagrams. Could you go to the next slide? So here's one of the winners from the transitional kindergarten to 2nd grade group. This was Matthew Cesabo Menichetti's poster. Let's see. He was from Webster Elementary and a 1st grader, I believe. Go to the next one. Here we have Mael Daniels, a 2nd grader. Next one. This was Annalise Sebastian. I believe this was the 3rd to 5th grade group, one of the winners, and she was a 4th grader from Roosevelt Elementary, one of the few students who did a digital design. And then the next slide. This was Zoe Shen, a 5th grader from Roosevelt Elementary. So pretty awesome work. These were the 4 winners. We got some good feedback from the community and a lot of good submissions, so it was pretty tough to choose. But with the school closures, we were just happy to provide a fun way to engage students and get them to think sustainably while they're at home during this whole pandemic. So yeah, thank you for the time.
Great. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Oh, I am not muted. Thank you so much, Austin. We really appreciate that. It's great seeing the kids do this wonderful work. Carrie, did you have something to add before we move on?
No, I feel like it's great. We're moving forward, even during this time, to think sustainably.
Great. We had a timestamp item for 5:30 that we will take now on our agenda, and that is for item J1, major action item J1, public hearing on 2021 Measure R parcel tax CPI-U adjustment. I do want to stress that this item is about the CPI adjustment, not the item itself, which will be coming back in June for a final approval. This is about the CPI. With that, I believe Melody Kennedy will be presenting this, or?
Yes, that's correct.
Great, thank you.
Yes. Good evening, Board President, board members, and Dr. Dradi, and the members of the audience. This is actually a hearing so that the board can take comments and things into consideration regarding the rate change for our Measure R property tax levy. The CPI has increased by 3.4%, and the current rate right now for per parcel is $420.75. Based on this CPI increase, we're looking to have an approval in our next item later on this evening for $435.06 per parcel as the assessment of the 2021 year. So I will leave it up to you to open the hearing and allow folks to have conversation or what have you.
John,
Great.
I move we open the hearing.
Great, so motion to open the hearing by Richard. Do I have a second?
Second.
That was Lori, and I believe I have to do a roll call, Richard, to open the meeting? Or no?
Probably.
Yes.
Everything should really just be roll call.
Terrific. Yeah, I guess in this new Zoom world. So we'll do a roll call of the board as I see them. Mr. De La Torre. Ms. Lieberman.
Yes.
Ms. Leon Vasquez.
Yes.
Ms. Wachtel.
Yes.
Ms. Afshar,
Yes.
Mr. Tavildar Jeswin, Dr.
Yes.
Tavildar Jeswin,
Yes.
Mr. Melcher,
Yes.
Mr. Foster.
Yes.
I am a yes as well. And I didn't see Ashlyn from Olympic. Is Ashlyn with us tonight or no? I just want to make sure. Ashlyn, if you're here.
I don't think so, but I can text her right now.
Okay. If she's, I mean, I know the internet sometimes can be spotty, but
Yeah.
if she is, great. Thanks, Mia. I appreciate that. So our hearing for Measure R CPI is open. Do we have any clarifying questions or comments for Melody? I know we have some public comments. No? Okay. And so, Melody, I have just one clarifying question for you. I know there is some concern from members in the community about the format of the reporting for Measure R as it stands right now. I know that tonight, this item tonight is merely about the CPI increase, not about the reporting or the expenditures. But could you address, if possible, how we plan to, or how you plan to address the community issue moving forward?
Sure. So I kind of fill you in really quick. One of the issues out there right at this moment is, I think, a little bit of miscommunication and a little bit different of a process since 2008-09. That's been a very long time. However, Measure R does bring in $12,488,575 in revenue annually. Of that, we have particular positions assigned to that of $6,485,982, and that leaves about $6 million left over of Measure R funds. They're really not left over. Those amounts are actually going towards teacher salaries. I think there might have been some confusing too. I was doing a little bit of research even right before now. I've spent a lot of time on this one lately, but right before we got on camera tonight or on our meeting. And we do have it broken down, and it was taken to the FOC where they actually saw that breakdown. But when we brought it to the board a few months ago, we didn't actually present that piece. So what we're going to be doing is going back to the FOC and putting in more detail as to which teacher groups this is actually going to, the $6 million, the leftover balance, what portion of that's going to go towards what groupings of teachers. Let's say a certain amount goes to K-3 teachers, another certain amount goes to 4 or 5 teachers, 6, 8, 9, 12, into that nature. That's the way it was done back in 2008-09. And for some reason, I don't know why, but it hasn't been done quite like that. It states that it's going towards teacher salaries. However, I think just for more clarity and that kind of thing, that's what we're going to be doing. So I believe that the June 25th meeting is when we should be bringing that back.
Great, thanks so much. So hopefully that'll address some of the concerns going forward. I know we have 3 public comments on this item. I just want to state for the three members of the audience, of the community who want to speak to this, the item is about the CPI. If you would like to speak about Measure R in general, we can take that as a general public comment, which comes up after consent. So when we come to you, if you'd like to say, I'd like to reserve it for general public comment, please let us know. Or if it's about the CPI, which is the agenda item, we'll take the item now. So I believe I will pass this to Board Vice President Lieberman. Laura, you're still on mute.
Oops, sorry about that. Oh, this format.
It's like you've never done Zoom before.
Kill us all. We have 3 public speakers on this item, unless Sarah corrects me and tells me there are more. Each of you will have 3 minutes to speak. The speakers I have are Mark Cullen, Ann Hoover, and Laura Ford. So let's take, I'm hoping you're all on here somewhere, even though I can't see you. Take them in that order. So first, Mark Cullen.
And Laura, each member will have 3 minutes to speak?
That's right. That's what I said.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And Mark Cullen has been unmuted.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So the district is $11 million in the red. now both the administration and the board, who has been warned by the state that they're about to get their district responsibilities taken away from them, are asking for more money in Measure R funds. This is an irresponsible ask. History shows that in the last 10 years, the board has not itemized over $67 million of funds for Measure R. The taxpayers want to know how you're going to use that money because they want to know if we want to give you more money. The measure has very strict language as to what it's supposed to be used for. If the district spent $1, 1 cent on anything other than what is stipulated, that would be very bad. Will the board itemize those expenditures? You're saying yes, but it hasn't been done in 10 years. And until you show us how you use the money, you shouldn't get another dime. Also, why should we give you any more money if you've shown you're not really capable of spending it frugally? When you're short $11 million and firing teachers, yet you're spending on pet projects, it's not your money. This is our money. And we want it to go to teachers, not administrators who, the top 6 administrators make $1.3 million. 6 people. So if you want more money, an increase of that, then I would have to, ask you to look to be more responsible fiscally if you guys are going to ask us for more money. Thank you.
So, Lori, do you have the next speaker? Lori Lieberman. Are you frozen there? I believe our next speaker is Ann Hoover. Did you say that already?
Yes, I think so.
Great. So if we could unmute Ms. Hoover. Hold on, and hold on. And all right, we're having some Zoom issues here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you should be unmuted now.
Thanks. I'm going to reserve my comment for H, general public comments.
Great. Thank you so much. So we'll move Ms. Hoover to general comment. So Lori, if you can make a note of that. Thank you. Which means our last speaker on this topic, Lori is still muted. Our last speaker on the topic is Laura, I believe, yes, Laura Ford. So Ms. Ford, you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, Laura, you are.
You have to unmute yourself.
Hold on.
I'm going to try to unmute her right now.
There
Okay,
we go.
I think I'm good.
Okay, no, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Sorry, guys. Okay. So hi, I'm Laura Ford. This past month, I've done a deep dive into Measure R. I've read all the audits and all the budget proposals and every Measure R document you've made public. It's safe to say I know Measure R pretty well. I'm asking you to vote no on the Measure R parcel tax increase. Here are my reasons why. There's no reason why we should pay the cost of living increase during these tough times when residents have lost jobs and are struggling to pay bills. How can the district justify increasing taxes on residents during a pandemic? 2, one of the stated purposes of the tax is to, quote, attract and retain highly qualified teachers. Instead, the district is laying off teachers while using Measure R funds for technology staff, which is not a permitted use of the tax proceeds. Why would the public approve an increase in tax when the portion that is itemized is spent on the wrong things? 3, public hearings on Measure R are required to, quote, assess the continuing need for the revenues resulting from the funding measure. And, end quote. And the evaluation will include, quote, consideration of costs of programs to which these revenues have been dedicated. How can the public consider these costs if they are not itemized? Half of the Measure R funds this year, $6 million, are unallocated when the law requires itemized spending. $67 million of Measure R funds have not been itemized for the past 10 fiscal years. The audits, which were supposed to ensure accountability, confirm there was no itemization. We do not know how and where this money was spent. How do we know how and where this money was spent? Why should a tax increase be improved when funds have gone unaccounted for? $67 million. School board, it's time to use this money correctly. Please don't raise this tax until you do so. Thank you.
Great. And Lori looks to still be muted. So I will end public comment for this item, and then I will go to board members. Does anybody have a comment or anything to say on this item?
I move to close public comment.
Oscar had his hand up, so I'm not sure if that's a comment or not.
Yeah, I do want an opportunity to address the item.
Please.
Okay, so we're asking for an increase. It looks from the item, what percent there is?
$15.
$15
a parcel.
3.4% increase, right?
$15, yes.
$15 increase. Now, this will be applied equally for every parcel that is currently being taxed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So there's no, a larger parcel doesn't pay more than a smaller parcel. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So it's what we would call a regressive tax. Everyone's paying the same, but some, let's say a hotel in Santa Monica on a certain parcel is not paying a larger amount. It's just paying the same as a single family home. That's correct, right?
Yep, that's how parcel taxes work.
Yeah, exactly. One of the things that I would like staff to look into is developer fees, and to see how we might be able to increase our revenue that way. I know that's not an item now, but that's something that I would like later on for staff to look into. But thank you for the clarification on that. And then another question that I have: the allegation that we're not itemizing Measure R funds. Is that true? Is that something that staff needs to correct moving forward?
Go ahead.
Yes, we were just following the protocol that you board members have approved for the last years since 2008. So that was the last time it was allocated in that way. So in the past, previous administration and previous boards and you have approved it in this fashion. So I know public has called this to our attention. I think board members have requested that we itemize it, and that is why Mrs. Kennedy is going to make sure that it is itemized from this point forward.
Okay, great. That's good. No further comments.
Great. Any other board members? And again, I can't see all the board members, so if board members, if you have a comment you want to put in, and I don't see you, please just hop in, unmute yourself and hop in.
John, it's me, Maria.
Okay, hey Maria.
Hi. No, my only comment is this. As board members, the actual work that gets presented to us is actually, we rely on our staff to present us the items that we're going to vote on. And we assume that in that essence, everything's laid out to what we need to look at, in other words, to make decisions. I think the last meeting when this issue came up, I did request that whether we could see the itemization for the $6 million. And I think, Ralph, you were also in agreement with me on that piece. And you said you were, and I think the word was that we were going to get a list of the itemizations, and we never did. So I think now moving forward, I mean, so it's now, notice was given to you all at the last board meeting in April. And so I hope that before the next meeting, when we actually, adopt a budget in May or in June, that this information is presented and it's put on the website.
Right, and just to reiterate what Ms. Kennedy said, excuse me, at the beginning of this item, the schedule of the FOC is to meet, because of spring break, the FOC will be meeting either on the 12th or the 19th. I think it might be the 19th, and they will address it at that time. Again, I want to bring us back to so again, Maria, you're right, you did request that, and it will be addressed, and it will be coming back to the board before we approve Measure R. We have not approved that report yet. I do want to point out, this item is about the CPI increase. It is about the $15 increase per parcel that we do every year as part of our Measure R open meeting. So, yes, Oscar.
What is the total amount of revenue, if we approve this item, what's the total amount of revenue that would be brought into the school district with the increase, with the 3.4% increase?
You know, it's funny. I meant earlier today to go look to see how many parcels there were.
It's about $450,000.
Okay, so
More than 500.
And remember too, it's like, you know, if you stop doing the CPI increase, you find yourself completely behind that model. The CPI increase is just for a reason. Ralph, did you have a comment, or just wanted to give us the?
No, I did. Two things. One, tonight this is just a public hearing, and we will be voting on this again, correct?
We'll be voting on Measure R again. Right now, we are voting on the CPI.
No, this just says to hold a public. Okay.
The next item will be the vote on the resolution. This is the public hearing.
Okay. So, look, just a comment, you know, while it has been true, and to talk to Maria, I mean, some of it, you know, we got on our March 6th agenda, I guess, there was essentially this breakdown. And it may be because it's been a long time since Measure R was passed, and it was clearly understood at that time where we were a state aid district. We certainly weren't, you know, this allowed us to fund certain items per Measure R, what it states, and the rest, and half that money, this, you know, is now about $6 million, is being used for teachers. Now, people can say, well, you haven't shown us every teacher. I don't think that was ever done, and I don't know that that was ever the intent. But if we didn't, you tell us where to take $6 million out. You can shake your head, but I feel confident that this money has always been in the budget allocated to teachers. And, you know, the FOC can approve a different budget coming forward. The issue of whether, you know, in this time to, you know, to add $15 to what people's property taxes, you know, certainly is something to consider. But as John said, if, you know, this is a compounded item, if we don't pass $10 or $15 this year, then the next time as CPIs go up, costs of paying teachers goes up, we will, over a long period of time, lose millions of dollars. So, yeah, I'm going to support.
Great. Well, support it. Thank you, Ralph. So, if there are no more board member comments, I will accept a motion to close the public hearing, and then we'll move to the adoption of a resolution. Or
Move to close.
So is that Richard? You who said that?
Yes, I move to close.
And second by Maria. So just roll call vote to close. Oscar, Lori,
Yes.
Mia.
Yes.
Mia, did I see a thumb? Or Kimya?
Yes.
Ralph?
Yes.
TJ?
Yes.
Craig?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
And me as well. So the public hearing is now closed, which brings us to major action item J2, adopt resolution 1940, 2020 Measure R parcel tax. Melody, do you want to give us an introduction on this as well?
I think the public hearing probably pretty much took care of it. I could just say to you, as a $15 increase is what the staff is actually recommending at this time. I'll turn it back to you, John.
Great, thank you so much. Do I have a motion to approve? That's Lori with a motion to approve. Sorry, a motion, yes. So moved by Lori. Is there a second?
Second.
Was that Richard?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Is there any more discussion on this item that board? Okay, so Lori.
I just want to say that I support this item. I know it's a very hard time for everybody, but I think it's a small amount of money. And I want to say that as will be clearer when the staff comes back to share what is already in the budget, but may not be clear enough to the public, that money will be spent on teachers, just as the rest of this money has already spent on teachers. Teachers comprise something like 87%, I think it is, of our budget. Melody, maybe you could correct me, but it's a large percentage of our budget, and the the budget does contain the Measure R allocations in a way that might be, I think, could be clearer to the public, and I think Melody will be bringing that back to the FOC and to the board. But I just want to be clear to everyone that this money goes to support the district and to support teachers in particular, and that's why we're supporting this motion.
Thanks, Lori. Are there any more board member comments on this item?
Me.
Is it Maria?
Yes, Maria.
Okay.
Well, the only thing, I agree with what Lori said. I think that the basic understanding of this is that we have to look beyond this immediacy, because at least as we're looking into the future, we have a drastic look into the future in terms of the economics of this district. And we would be remiss if we as a board are not looking in the future in terms of how we're going to continue to support the education of our children under this pandemic, and the loss of monies that we're going to have as a result of a lot of the cutbacks that we're going to receive from the state and from the city of Santa Monica. So I think that a mere gesture of the $15, along with the clarification from our staff in terms of the use of the monies, I think should be sufficient enough for us to move forward and I think to approve the increase, the CPU increase.
Great. Thank you so much, Maria. Do we have any other board members who wish to comment on this item?
I'd like to comment real quick.
Oscar, hey.
Yeah, no, I think it's real important for us to bring this forward and bring some revenue in to support teachers. I just want to make sure that that's exactly what we're doing, that the funding is being itemized, and that we ensure that we're supporting teachers and not things that wouldn't be appropriate in regards to the spirit of Measure R.
Right. Thanks, Oscar. So on that note, we already have a motion moved and seconded. I'll now do a roll call. Oscar?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Mia?
Yes.
Kimya?
Yes.
Ralph?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Craig?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so that is 7-0. The resolution is approved. Thank you very much. And now this brings us back to item E, communications, which brings us to student board member reports, opening with Samo High. Mia Wattel.
Hi. So the only thing that's really been going on that's sort of large to speak about is the meeting that Kimia, Ashlyn, and I recently had with Senator Ben Allen. This was a couple weeks ago, and we basically talked about the student voice across California school boards and the different avenues that we can pursue that. And I'll let Kimia speak more on it, but we just wanted to let you know that that meeting happened and we'll be pursuing that.
That's great. That's a wonderful opportunity. So thank you. So with that, on that note, we'll move to our Malibu High School report with Kimia.
Yes, there's not very much more to say, but I will say that Mia and I are definitely taking initiative to kind of broaden the student voice in the school board, and we're also making progress on trying to create another subcommittee to increase the student voice and like Malibu politics and other things like that. But there will be more coming on that. Other than that, I just wanted to ask, is there any reason why the chat was disabled?
The chat's being super funky tonight. Normally we can, this really is not meant to be a Facebook Live type forum where people can comment on the meeting within the meeting site. Normally the chat would just be to Sarah, who's the moderator, or to me, who's the board president. Tonight, it's got a mind of its own, and I don't really know what's happening, to be honest.
Okay, I was just wondering.
But yeah, the chat for this was never meant to be like a running commentary on the board meeting. That's not the purpose of it.
Okay.
Thanks, Kimia.
Yeah, thank you. Other than that, nothing else is really
Sure.
happening. All the same.
Yeah, every day like the other. Which brings so Ashlyn is not here with us tonight, correct? Okay.
I'm here.
Oh, where are you? Yay.
Sorry, I don't have my camera on.
So Ashlyn, if you have anything you want to share with us, we will love to hear it.
I don't have anything to add besides the meeting that we just had with Senator Ben Allen. I wasn't really present for most of it because I was having technical issues. So from what I did get to hear about the subcommittee that Kimia and Mia would like to start, I agree with it, and I think it's a really good idea, but besides that, nothing else.
Great. So I actually understood that, which is amazing. And it was Kimia telling about the meeting that, Ashlyn talking about the meeting that Kimia and Mia had. And while she had some technical issues accessing all of it, she felt it was very useful and interesting. And I hope I'm paraphrasing you properly, Ashlyn. And I think it's great that you guys are activated politically and were able to meet with our state senator and Samuel High graduate and former school board member Ben Allen. It's just, which just goes to show you, when you speak up, when you give yourself a voice, people will listen. And if you don't speak up, you'll never have that voice. So I'm glad you guys are part of our group here. Brings us to our union report. Sarah Braff, are you with us?
I am here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can't see you, but I know what you look like.
You should be able to see me. I'm up there somewhere. Anyway, I'm hoping that we'll start rescheduling the SBAC meetings. It's very important for the community to be able to make recommendations to prioritize where money should be spent and in what order, especially given these times of COVID-19. But I'm really here to talk about Teacher Appreciation Week. And I can tell you right now, even though I don't know who's speaking tonight and I don't know who's going to be in public comment, but I can tell you that 90% of what they're going to talk about is the importance of their relationship with a teacher, the importance of a relationship between a teacher and a parent. These relationships are what makes teaching teaching. What will we when we hear this from our students and teachers, we will realize, I hope, that the most important aspect in facilitating student learning and engagement is that relationship. And while we might be limited right now into how we can reach students online, teachers are finding new and innovative ways to teach students. There are teachers meeting with students on Saturdays and evenings because that may be the only time they can get online. So, how may we show our appreciation to our teachers? I don't think it needs to be with thank yous and pats on the back and $5 cards to Starbucks. I think it needs to start with rescinding the layoffs of teachers. We need our teachers. We need them all. These are excellent teachers. These are teachers that we really care about and are very, very important to our programs and our ability to communicate well with our students. We also need to think outside the box. There are other positions that we have in the district that we may need to think about a little differently, but I do think that we should be able to bring back these dedicated teachers and have them remain a part of our educational family. Rescind the pig slips. Resolutions are well and good, but supporting teachers is day to day. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Appreciate that. And our next report will be our SEIU report with Chris Mock. Chris, let's unmute you. Hold on, Chris.
There I am.
Yep.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Girardi and the executive cabinet, and everybody else who is attending. Good evening. I hope that you are all staying safe and healthy as we continue to work together to fight the spread of the coronavirus in our communities throughout the state and across this country. SEIU's executive committee, Steward Council, labor management teams, and Local 99 leadership remain fully engaged in discussions with district leadership to monitor and ensure that all safety protocols are followed and that staff are provided the personal protective equipment required for their protection and to reduce the spread of the coronavirus and exposure while they're at work. SEIU received our 30-day notice of layoffs and reductions. We have had conversations at our executive level committee, which has met with the superintendent. We will be moving forward in discussions in regards to determine if layoffs are due to a lack of funds or lack of work. Certainly can't be both, because based on that reason of lack of funds or lack of work, that will drive the conversations we will need to have moving forward. We are concerned about the layoffs in the special ed department, particularly our two slip-up positions, which are our speech and language pathologist assistant positions. Those are going to be a critical conversations that we are going to have to engage in, for sure. SEIU also remains hopeful that we can find alternative assignments for those staff who may be adversely affected. We would also like to thank and acknowledge the efforts of the district and our essential classified staff, our IT workers, our computer techs, who have been working tirelessly to ensure that all staff and students have access to laptops and are connected to the internet access and have access during school closures. They were successful in providing every student and staff member who requested the need with a device and internet hotspot access. No easy feat. Thank you for those who did all that work. Lastly, and most importantly, SEIU would like to send to end our report in honor of Teacher Appreciation Week. Our certificated brothers and sisters in pursuit of excellence for our communities and students, and the students they serve have accomplished nothing short of a miracle with their efforts to switch to a distance learning model on the fly. It is aptly fitting that this week just so happens to be the week the nation appreciates and celebrates teachers. SEI joins in that celebration to honor our brothers and sisters and the fine work that they do every day in their classrooms, wherever those classrooms are. Thank you and stay safe.
Thank you, Chris. And I think this is a wonderful chance for the 171 people on this chat right now to echo your words of support for the fine people who are working, not just within your union, but with our CTA. So everybody can give them the virtual love for our people are doing wonderful work during this time. This is really not an easy time. And we've got a great staff, which leads us to our PTA Council report with Claudia Seizer. Claudia, are you?
I'm here.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Sorry. Yeah, having technical difficulties on this end, but thank you. Hello, everyone. Hello, all school board members and Dr. Drotti. Good evening. I'm going to read. I wrote down so I wouldn't forget and did not miss anything I really wanted to say. So, our PTA leaders are working with administrators and community liaisons throughout the district to come up with the practical and substantive ways to help families affected by this pandemic. Through PTA initiatives like food banks and with individual outreach to support SMMUSD families. All our PTA units are working very hard to help families in need in each of their school communities. Also, in relation to the pandemic, PTA Council and our PTA units have not reached their spring fundraiser goals because of school closures and isolation measures. We're all working diligently to find ways to protect planned programming and site support for this coming school year, even while this proves to be pretty difficult for some of our units. PTA Council submitted letters to the Santa Monica City Council and interim city manager from our executive board and from our full council in response to their proposed cuts and eliminations to youth programs and services. The letters outlined our request that SMMUSD and educational specialists to be looped in and brought to the table in order to help find creative and collaborative solutions to the budget crisis. Council asked that Santa Monica City Council ask them to prioritize the safety and well-being of our children and youth, the Santa Monica's most vulnerable citizens, right? When assessing where things needed to be cut. Programs highlighted were playground partnerships, playground access, and the crossing guards. Our Vice President of Community Concerns communicated these priorities at the Zoom City Council meeting. Council was especially encouraged that Lane Dilg, the interim city manager, reaffirmed the City of Santa Monica's commitment to the Master Facilities Use Agreement in response to concerns expressed by council and others. This is Teacher Appreciation Week, so thank you all teachers who are on this Zoom call. Love to see you. The perfect time to thank teachers for their sacrifices and support for children throughout the year. While appreciation alone will not reduce the challenges teachers face, it will let them know that their efforts are not going unnoticed. As I have a knot in my throat. Potential teacher staff reductions are the biggest topic of conversation for many parents in the district right now. And this is a complex issue, you understand. When beloved and effective teachers receive pink slips in this midst of a pandemic, students and their families grow understandably upset. To build understanding amongst our parent leaders, Dr. Mark Kelly, Assistant Superintendent, and a representative from SMMCTA were invited to speak at our March PTA Council meeting. Discussion ensued, and there were a variety of views expressed. Because clear consensus was not reached, PTA Council was unable to take a clear position in regards to definite priorities for spending cuts. Council feels that it is ultimately the work of the district to ensure that all parents understand the nuances of these reductions to our teaching staff. Currently, these are not being effectively communicated to all parents, and Council asks that the Board of Education and Dr. Girardi remain as transparent as possible, and we encourage timely, clear communication about how and especially why cuts are recommended. We can then support the dissemination of district communication. Lastly, and most important, PTA Council urges you, on behalf of all our members and the members of all our units, which there are many parents, to keep cuts as far away from the classrooms as possible at this time. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'm here.
Great. Thanks so much, Claudia. And I do think that our next item, which is the superintendent's report, will address some of the questions you just brought up. So without that, I will introduce Dr. Girardi for the superintendent's report. I got to get him off of mute. Oh, he's been on mute. There we go.
I have a document to share, so I'm going to try to pull it up. I wonder, Sarah, could you make me the host so I can share the screen?
John is currently the host.
You are the host or co-host?
Co-host can share the screen.
Oh, okay. Make co-host. Sorry, Ben. You're the co-host.
Thank you, John.
That works. Great. It was great to hear from everyone, give these reports. And I'll try to talk a little bit about what is taking place in terms of COVID-19. That incidentally has caught us and every other district in a real tough situation already. And the COVID-19 has essentially accentuated the problems that we were already dealing with. And so I'll start talking about just what's going on with the city and how that implies on us. And I'll hope to address some of the questions that Mrs. Seizer has, which I agree with her. As much as I've gone to the community to try to explain to teachers, different people about the state of affairs with the district, it has become very difficult to try to get people to understand how districts deal with COVID issues. So with that said, I'll just kind of go through, and I created about 3 slides to hopefully get people to, sometimes graphs work better than just words. Graphics work better. So as you know, the city of Santa Monica has been extremely impacted by COVID-19 and the stay-at-home order. The revenue source that the city has enjoyed and relied on for years has drastically been reduced. As a result, they have a severe funding deficit to overcome this fiscal year and the next several years. The city presented to the council on Tuesday the situation that the city staff presented to the council on Tuesday the situation as they see it, along with suggestions on where they will make reductions for the fiscal year, this current fiscal year, for about $72 million. They also talked about the daunting task of further reductions in the future to a tune of about $150 million. Among the reductions identified include having 400 employees, funding for after-school, homework, sports, and programs, all of which we have come to refer to as CREST. And what is happening in the city obviously has many people concerned, as many things in the city that has been identified can potentially has a huge impact on the district. The city of Santa Monica and Malibu, the city and the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District have and continue to enjoy great partnership in many ways. From my vantage point, the most significant partnership between the district and the city are the agreements the two agencies have together, which are measures, the master facility agreement and measures Y and GSH. To express the significance of this agreement, one has to really understand the revenue profile of the district. In a nutshell, our district receives approximately $145 million to operate, meaning this is to pay bills, to pay staff, to supply instructional materials. This is not Measure SMS or Measure M, which deals with capital funds. This is strictly to deal with operating the district. Of that 145 million, we received 100 million from the state of California under the Prop 98 guarantee. Okay, this is primarily, and about 90% of those resources primarily because what we would call a basic aid district comes from property taxes. On top of that, 100 million, we receive approximately $25 million out of those two measures I mentioned earlier, measures Y and GSH, 15 million and another 9.5 million with a joint use agreement. That is a substantial amount of money that comes from district. As you can see, these funds are a part of the city's profile. So obviously they have to reduce and we have to reduce, but they have to look at everything. So the reason why I talked to the city council this week is to make sure that they understand that this is a priority for us to ensure that these funds continue to come to us. Measures Y and GSH are reliant on sales tax in the business sales tax in the community. I think all of you that live here, if you walk down the promenade, the restaurants, all through the city, there aren't any sales activity taking place. So that 15 million will be impacted. Okay, we know it'll be impacted this year, but furthermore, so that's a concern. And then lastly, obviously the joint use agreement that we have with the city, they have to wrangle with, if they're gonna avoid giving us that money, that means they gotta find the money somewhere else. So far right now, I've gotten commitment that they are not touching that this year, but they will be having conversations around what they have to do to continue to support in that way. The other sources of funds I know we talked about today was Measure R parcel tax, which is parcels between Santa Monica and Malibu. It gives us 12 million. We have some lease rentals. We own some property assets that we lease out. It gives us additional 2.4 million. And thank goodness for the Education Foundation, Santa Monica Education Foundation. In a regular basis, they do hand us $2 million to support our operations. I just recognize that that's probably in danger also, just because people are probably going to struggle giving. And then the rest of the funds are what we get from some state funds like the lottery funds and the federal government. I want to now pivot. So as you can see, the facility use agreement, Measure Y and GS collectively are a huge part of a revenue profile. Okay, so what's happening in the city is a threat to our operations from this point on. Remember, we were already deficit spending by 11 million. Okay. Through our mutual cooperation and compliance with the terms of agreements, the district and the city have provided incalculable benefits to the youth of Santa Monica, including by offering a multitude of recreational programs, enrichment opportunities for students, and recreational opportunities for organizations and individuals who are part of the Santa Monica community. So I sent a letter to Mrs. Lane Dill, incidentally, who has been very courteous to us and in regular communication with me about the importance of protecting these two revenue sources that the district receives. So this is a priority for us. And I stand, and in the same letter, I told the council and Mrs. Dill that the district staff is ready to work with the city, recognizing that they are in trouble on anything we can partner on with some of these programs, whether it be the after-school programs or the what are called those the crosswalk monitors, all those programs that we try to resolve. I do want to point to a chart that I've been showing the community around how staffing works in the district and what school districts do to address their staffing issues. And this is a chart that I've gone through community and explain essentially our enrollment trend that has existed since 2013 to 18. So what you see here in the light blue colors from 2013 is we've been sustaining a declining enrollment. Okay, right now we're averaging about 200 students a year in decline, and it has not stopped. It probably isn't going to stop because Los Angeles is very expensive to live in, particularly West LA and Malibu. Okay. If you notice during that time, our staffing has increased from 2013 to 18. This is not teaching, this is administration, this is teaching, this is classified staff. So while we were declining, our students were declining, our schools were increasing, our staff was increasing. So the way the a district would normally address declining enrollment, you will sometimes see school closures in communities. You'll notice we happened to do collapse 2 elementary schools in Malibu last year, Point Doom and Cabrillo, and then merged those 2 schools and we formed Malibu Elementary. But districts across the state of California that are declining enrollment, they are closing down schools. But more importantly, the simplest thing a superintendent can do and a board can do is align the staffing to the enrollment. That's the simplest things you can do. And for those of you that don't understand, we have a student ratio that is codified in contract with the teaching union that we cannot break. Okay? So if we get students flooding our school district, we increase staffing to match that enrollment ratio, the student-teacher ratio. At the same time, if there's declining enrollment, you try to address that, okay? And most of the time, if you are lucky, you do it through attrition, retirements, and so on. In the times where you're not seeing retirements, you do layoffs. I don't know a single superintendent in our county right now that's not having layoff conversations. I don't. We were talking to one yesterday in Manhattan Beach, and he was talking about 36, up to about 36 staff. Ours is not going to be that many, although the process we have engaged in it makes it very complicated, and sometimes you have to state more than what you're going to do. But we have to go through there because of the bumping rights and all that stuff that's in the union contract that we have to go through, and us stating where we think we're going to have overstaffing, we have to point that out, and then we stand layoffs, and then we go through the process of working with principals in building classrooms, building a master schedule to get to a place where we get the number we actually need, and then we will send recensions. We're probably going to have to rescind everything, but up to about 10 to 15 teachers that have to go through layoff. And we think retirements are coming forward to reduce some of those numbers. But the point is, the only two avenues you got is staff has to address declining enrollment, and staffing ratios is through the process that we're going through. Like I say, go to other districts, see what they're doing. They're going through this process. Now, this is not going to solve our issue. I'm going to be presenting to the board about $7 million worth of reductions for the following school year, which this is a part of. It'll also have administrative reductions. By the way, we've been doing administrative reductions the last 2 years, up to about $1.5 million worth out of the central office. We're going to look at contracts. We're going to look at professional learning. But there are funds I'm going to be presenting to the board next week. But the harder work is not necessarily that. We have to find more money the following year. Okay? And I don't know what the pandemic is going to do, but I don't have those numbers yet. So I wanted to kind of let the board let you know and let the community know that these aren't easy times. And we love our teachers. We love our classified staff. We love our nurses. We love everyone. But we need to be logical. We need to be logical. The numbers just don't add up. And with that said, that concludes the super.
Great. Thanks, Ben. If you could take, let's get off your screen so we can look at our Hollywood Squares thing again. Great. I just want to, I really appreciate it, Ben. There's a lot of information covered in that. And I just want to hit 3 points to make sure people heard what I think is really important information from there. Number one is on May 21st, you're going to come back and present about $7 million in cuts. These cuts will represent a lot of what members of the community have asked for or information about, which are cuts to district office, cuts to consultant, cuts to how we're handling professional development, how we are making a leaner operation while trying to maintain as many classroom integrity as possible. That's a big thing. The second thing you brought up, which is really important, is the city of Santa Monica just laid off, just discontinued 350 positions. The effect of the pandemic is really hitting us in YY and GSH. We don't know the extent of it yet, but it's really affecting the money we had anticipated coming in next year. That's driving a lot of this process. And the third thing I heard you saying there is at the end of, everyone's concerned about pink slips, and we're talking about that later. You mentioned that you believe the number will be closer to 10 to 15 when this is done. And we appreciate you trying to get that down to the lower end. Those are the 3 big points to take away from there. A lot of information. Thank you, Ben. Really appreciate that. Which brings us to consent. Does anybody want to move consent? I see Craig motioning to move consent. Is there a second? I see Oscar seconding. Does anybody have anything they need to address in consent, on consent? Seeing nothing, I will do a roll call. Oh.
Sorry.
I knew it was going to be you. I knew it was going to, but I can't see you on my screen. What do you got, Ralph?
I got some things I can excuse me, talk about at the end of the meeting. Just my one question, I think here has to do with 7, what number would that be? 18, the Barnum acoustical blinds. You know,
Yes.
I'm all for, I'm a big supporter of the arts and everything. And I'm not sure if we're not scheduled to be, how this becomes a bond, if this is a bond project, why it's there. What is this, a want or a need? You know, these are, I think they're fabric that hangs in the fly to muffle sound. We have them. I've had them for a long time. So I don't know if Carrie can address, because it's an odd project for us compared to all the rest.
Carrie, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
If you could, what's up?
Sure. So Barnum Hall is one of the very few facilities at Samo High that we are not planning to replace as part of the Samo High campus plan. So as with some of the things, we're doing interim measures to maintain, to fix up facilities and keep those buildings to last. There were a few projects at Barnum that we tried to do to make sure that it can continue for its life. This is the third part. We did some adjustments in the ADA accessibility in the foyer and lobby of Barnum. We did air conditioning, and this was the third part. We fixed the chairs, which was a major issue. And this is the third part. It is we've heard this from our music and other users that, you know, Barnum Hall is brilliant and wonderful for orchestras and choirs, but not so much for symphonic bands, rock bands, spoken word, or for film screenings. So this was a project that we did have on our list and has been on the suggested lists for Measure SMS. For Measure SMS that we would try to do on our interim measures. It's been there. It will improve the acoustics for that space. It is adaptable. It won't impact the acoustics for the choir and orchestra, but it will improve them for theirs. In this day and time, it's hard to say what's a need and what is a want. You know, at this moment, we're not needing any theater. We need it all, but we can't use it. So I'm not sure how to really address this question.
Ralph, is part of your question about when will bands and spoken word and films be coming back to us, and do we need to do this now, or is it do we need to do this at all?
Well, it's a combination. Number one is it, as you say, is it a want or a need? And then the question is, I mean, it's not, you know, it's about $100,000 just north of it. So we could do it. It's just partially a caution, as we've just heard in these times, to make sure that, you know, it's a different pot of funds, the bonds, but to make sure we have the monies to do the things that, you know, that we have to do. So this is great for the program. It sounds like if we're allowed to start the programs up again, you know, it'll benefit the program. You know, I just wanted to raise it, and I'll talk later in the meeting about some other issues that are similar, that we should have different thinking now, now that we're in the situation we are, about how we move forward with, you know, like furniture purchases and the like, because we don't know what things are going to look like. But if everybody feels comfortable in providing this, you know, then we should do it.
Yeah, Carrie, I think it might come down to we will be renting out these spaces again, and we do see this as a way to increase our lease revenue on that space. Is this something that we need to get going now because we have the opportunity because the school is open, or is this something that you would be comfortable delaying if that were to come up?
This was a programmed improvement and something we've been working on for actually about 2 years to develop. There is no better time than now to do it because we do anticipate that we can get the work done without impacting any of our programs, because we won't be having programs. If you wanted to defer it, we can. We're just ready to do it now. It has been something we've talked about.
Ralph, is this something Ralph, you're a board member. You have the right to pull this off of consent and see if there are 4 people that agree with you to delay this, or if you're okay with what Carrie's presented here and want to move forward. It's entirely your right to choose that.
I appreciate that. No, I'm okay. I just want to make sure, you know, I look at these so that we're all understand why we're doing certain things, and this will enhance student experience when we get back in there.
Yeah, it's that cost benefit analysis and the timing as well. I appreciate it. And thank you, Carrie, for that. Thank you, Ralph. So with that, with no other comments, we've got consent moved. We'll do a roll call. Oh, Oscar, do you have something on consent? I can't hear you, buddy.
Quick question.
Yeah.
You know, I wanted to know from staff, because of the pandemic and all that, some of the contracts that we have, I think we can renegotiate to get a better deal, or to get maybe save some funding. I see that the contract with Gold Star, item 2, business and fiscal items, and then it's item 3 and 4, renewal for Gold Star Foods and Snacks. they sent us a letter saying that they are willing to continue the contract, and I was wondering if that is the case also with the contract for which is item 2.2 on recycling, the district-wide solid organic waste and recycling services contract with to American Reclamation. Is that part of is that negotiation, that lesser amount, due to the pandemic, or is it just why are we reducing the recycling services with that contract?
John, would you like me to answer that one?
Well, I certainly can. So I would love for you to. Thank you.
Okay, I can address the. We were coming up due for the for our waste pickup and our provider for that. We have not been as excited about our previous waste pickup, and so we did put out a RFP for this for a bid, and this was the group that came in with the best bid. So it was just recently bid, and it is going to improve our recycling, which our last carrier did not really successfully do well. So this will improve that, and also will help us both meet those sustainability goals, but also it does help us with our cost for all waste pickup.
Oscar?
Yeah, no, that's okay. That explains it.
Hey, John?
Yes, sir.
Also, just a comment really on, I guess, less for the JAMS HVAC project, because I believe that's designed, ready to install, but the Rogers project, which is number 16, designing the replacement of the HVAC systems, that as the engineers are doing this, we should look at whatever new guidelines come out in terms of filtering systems. We've had these discussions before in past projects, and let's make sure that we are really evaluating what's going to be the most healthy systems to put in for our students. It may change some of what we do moving forward on systems and filters. You moved, Carrie.
Yes.
Yeah.
We are definitely looking at that, and definitely looking at how we do that. I will say that most of the air conditioning systems that we have put in, because they are sort of single units, they're mini splits in most cases as opposed to full package units. It does mean that we're not recirculating air through different classrooms. It's sort of in the one classroom, which really helps in these concerns right now. And we are trying to make sure we're putting in the highest level filters that we can support. Though I will say that is also matched with an equal challenge of staff to replace filters.
Great. Thank you. So with that, can we now do roll call to approve consent? Great. Oscar? Lori?
Yes.
Mia?
Yes.
Kimya?
Yes.
Is Ashlyn still here?
Yes.
Great, Ashlyn, I heard you. That was a yes. Craig?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Ralph? Ralph? We'll come back to Ralph when he unmutes. Oscar?
I'm unmuted.
Oh, Ralph?
Much to your chagrin, yes.
Oscar is a yes. Now I've lost track of who I haven't gotten to.
Richard's a yes.
Richard Javilder is a yes, and I'm a yes. So that is 7 plus 3 for consent. Thank you so much. And now that brings us to general public comment. I believe we have 5, and I will move this over to Vice President Lieberman.
Yes, I'm using Sarah's list that she's graciously provided. And so I'm going to call the 5 names. 2 of those, it's not clear because they didn't indicate the item they wanted to speak on. So I would ask you if what you really intended to speak about is the certificated layoff item, which is J5. Please don't speak in public comments right now, because this is for items that are not agendized. And so our expectation is that the people who are going to speak during this time, who will have 3 minutes each, are going to speak to items that are not on the agenda. If they're on the agenda, you need to speak during that item. So without further ado, we have Ann Hoover, Chris Mock, Nita Bayat, Don Hyan, and Sarah Barrett. So again, if what you're really talking about is certificated layoffs, save your comments for later, but I know Ann knew she was wanting to speak in general public comments at least.
Hi, is it okay for me to speak? Thank you so much. So it's just sort of everything. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ann Hoover, and my family's been in the district for 15 years. I was pretty clear in my written comments to you recently, but there are a few more things to underline and view these through the pre-COVID lens, although I know that COVID has impacted us a lot. Back in 2005, when I was a bright-eyed and enthusiastic parent new to the district, I'd sometimes meet long-term district parents who complain about district finances and how nothing ever changes. And I especially heard of that, a lot of that during the Measure R parcel tax campaign in spring 2010. I was shocked to hear parents say that they weren't going to vote for it because for the reason that nothing ever changes. And I couldn't believe what I was hearing and thought at the time that I would never become so disappointed and so cynical like those parents. Well, I'm not a completely lost cause yet, but I do understand how those parents felt, especially now. It's just like spring 2010, here we go again about to fire teachers. Folks, it's just not right. Our community has thrown every kind of money you've asked us for in the last decade, from the district-wide fundraising to the Measure R monies, to not one but two sales taxes and multiple facilities bond measures. Why are we laying off teachers when all we really care about are teachers in the classroom and the lowest possible student-teacher ratios we can get? So we've heard a lot about the budget crunch. You know, the move to basic aid has been bad. Teaching today requires a lot of help from consultants. I'm excited to hear what Ben is going to put forward on May 21st in the terms of cuts that will not be impacting the classroom. But what I do want to say in terms of technology, if we've set it up so that teachers can't teach without the help of a lot of costly consultants, then we have made it way too complicated, especially when proposed Measure R spending. You're going to see just that alone is going to be $2.5 million for technology staff. We also hear about the latest and greatest. Remember Common Core learning? The only positive outcome I'm confident of in connection with Common Core is that its proponents made a lot of money. And now we're on to PBL and Capstone. And listen, I know all of you, everyone's heart is in the right place. But we've got to run a tight ship. This is public money. We've got to get a balanced budget, and we cannot let our heads be turned by every shiny nickel gleaming on the pavement. Measure R spending for next year that's going to be proposed includes $30,000 for a mariachi music program. Maria, I know that one is really important to you, but $30,000 is well over half of what a first-year teacher makes at Samuel High. That kind of extraneous spending adds up. Pretty soon you're running a big deficit and laying off teachers. So please, do not fire anyone tonight. Save these teachers. I can't wait to see what Ben proposes on May 21st, keeping the cuts out of the classroom, and let's get our district's financial ship in order. Thank you and good night.
The next speaker is Chris Mock, followed by Nita Bayat.
Hi, I would like to refer my speaking to Jennifer Engel, who is in SLIPA, who would like to speak to that issue that we were noticed today or on Monday about layoffs. Is that okay?
She did not submit a...
She was unable to. They were already closed.
Chris submitted it for her. Normally it would, let's allow this tonight, please.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Then I would like to give it to,
just, you know, in the future, you're not allowed to give your minutes to someone who has also submitted and isn't also present. But obviously she's present and you tried to do that, and go for it.
yeah, okay, so yes, I agree. I understand.
Okay, so Jennifer, if you'd unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. First of all, thank you. I really appreciate your allowing this. I understand it wasn't typical, but unfortunately I wasn't able to submit in time. So tonight I would like to speak to you all about an issue that's close to my heart. It's coming up very soon. I am speaking about the the layoff of the 2 speech-language pathology assistant positions that the district currently holds in its special education department. I've recently been notified that this is going forward, and I wanted to just tell you all about our position because it's such a small group of stakeholders. There are only 2 of us. We are a classified position. We're a licensed certified provider of speech and language therapy to direct to students. And as a small stakeholder group of 2 people, I don't know that there will be very many people speaking on our behalf. So I just wanted to add this into your attention. The speech language pathology position is a state certified direct provider of educationally related speech and language services to students according to their individualized education programs. We spend every period of every school day providing direct therapy in the classroom. And we cover when speech language pathologists are regularly pulled from their classrooms to attend IEP meetings, professional development conferences, that conduct assessments, perform other unique speech language pathology duties. Speech language pathologists are one of the rare certificated positions who do not get a substitute to cover their missed classroom time. And so the SLPA position, our SLPA position, is critical in upholding the weekly IEP service minutes, which are legally and ethically owed to our most impacted students. SMMUSD currently has unfilled vacancies for speech-language pathologists and has a long history of having difficulty keeping those positions filled due to excessive workload and stress. SMMUSD currently has contracted out work to fill 3 speech-language pathology positions to staffing agencies at a high cost. And this is a typical state of affairs. Rapid turnover in the speech-language pathologist position degrades SMMUSD's ability to offer reliable, consistent, individualized services and care to its students for speech and language pathology. Conversely, the SLPAs are typically long-standing, reliable employees who end up working with students, sometimes from preschool all the way to high school. They develop clinical relationships with students and often are the ones who actually get the agency SLPs up to speed on the communication status, the goals, and the skills of the students on their brand new caseloads. The loss of the 2 SLPA positions does not constitute a large monetary savings to the district and represents a deep loss of community ties, clinical expertise, and highly valued dedicated SMMUSD team members. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And now I can't find the names again. I think it was Nita Bayat. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Hi, it's Neda Bayat.
Nita, I'm sorry.
No problem at all. And this is my first time on a forum like this, so I'm not sure if this is the appropriate position based on what you said before that to speak up. To be honest, there's nothing new to add. I agree and echo some of the concerns around the layoffs. I also understand and empathize with the budget deficits as a result of the pandemic. As a parent who has also been a room parent and close with teachers over the years in the Malibu community, during this time, I would like to see that we have some consistency and stability for our classrooms, for our children, and that the quality of learning isn't further compromised. I can tell already with the distance learning, we've had challenges. And even with the ratio of 1 to 15 to 1 to 20, not all of the students have their questions answered. And just for the future of our community, for that not to have further negative impact, I just wonder what are some of the plans, and including whether we start up as early as July, August or not. Are we going to be doing staggered classrooms, or who's actually coming up with this plan? Because I understand there's a lot to think about.
So thank you, Dan. And just so you know,
I'm sorry. Thank you.
We're not supposed to engage with public comment other than provide ask clarifying questions. I will let you know that this is something being Ben and his staff have been discussing this since the virus happened, and obviously we will be. That's going to be the core discussion going forward: is how and when and what will schools look like going in the fall. So please stay tuned for that, and we will communicate that out.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Don Hyan.
Hi.
Here you are.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Andrade, teachers, students, parents, and community members. I want to speak on behalf of the many layoffs the district have been approving, specifically for the SLPAs. The SLPAs at SAMO have been a godsend. They show up, they get their hands dirty, are one of the only people on campus who know what teachers like me are doing to progress their students towards their goals. Ken and Michael know my kiddos. My students respond to them, even more so than some of the SLPs that have come and gone over the years. They are both highly qualified and help the district catch up on the promised service minutes that have sometimes not been met. Jen is nearly ready to become an SLP. I hope the district will instead consider helping her become one for our district. Recently, the district solution has been to hire someone from outside agency. From my experience, although intentions of repair, it however prolongs the fact that the ones who work with the population of students in our setting needs people who will take the time to get to know them. Students in high school deserve other options if available. More than just consistency, both Jen and Mike are valuable assets and would be so wherever they are. We need to do the opposite of what's happening. We need to praise and lift up and celebrate the hard work professionals like our SLPAs do, not make them feel expendable and cut down their positions. I truly believe if we consider the long-term effects, having SLPAs in our given situation will save the district money, not take away from it. It will save us from future litigation and complaints from parents because our SLPAs have been part of what worked, not the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last speaker on this item is Sarah Barrett.
We have to unmute Sarah. Let me try. Okay, Sarah, you're unmuted now, I think.
Oh, yay. Hi, everybody. You'll be hearing from me again for J5, just so you know. But in the meantime, I've been doing some research, continued research, since the Zoom call started. But I really have a clarifying question, John, regarding the mariachi program, this program, and perhaps you or Maria can speak to it, because it seems to me that spending $30,000 on a program right now feels a little unnecessary, something that could be pushed off for a time when we're not dealing with a pandemic. But I had heard from someone that there was a special grant that we received for that, specifically for that mariachi program. And so I wanted to find out if that special grant covered that $30,000 or if it's a matching grant or how that worked.
I think it's best if Dr. Moore addresses this. I know there was discussion of grants at the city level being reduced and potentially the grant they gave to mariachi being reduced. But Dr. Moore, I think will have more information on this if she is with us right now.
Yes, I am. Good evening. So we have had the mariachi program that started at Edison Elementary School for all of Santa Monica students. So it's been a program that's been growing. So this is the second year of the program, and it's now at JAMS Middle School. The intention is for the program to grow year to year so that we can then make sure we have a complete pathway that goes to SAMO High within this specific genre of music. We did receive seed grant money from the city in order to get the program off the ground. We've applied for additional grants, but again, we are also ensuring that we're able to continue and grow the program long term. So although we do have some grant monies, it's not enough to cover the entire cost of having our music teachers provide this genre of music beyond the instructional day. So it is something that our teachers are providing to our students here in Santa Monica.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Moore.
Can I say,
John, we're in public comments, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I realized I heard.
I just don't understand why we're engaging public comments.
Because I asked a question. I asked a clarifying question.
But public doesn't
You know,
get
that was
clarifying questions.
okay. So this was my mistake. I brought it up because I misunderstood something. That was my mistake. It's on me. So that should answer the question, even though I should have gotten you the question answered later on. That's me. Blame the new guy. So do we have any more public comments, Lori?
I'm sorry, I keep trying to keep myself muted when
I
other
know,
people
I
are
know.
speaking.
Do you have any more public comment?
That concludes
Right,
the
general
public comments.
Great. And again, so Dr. Mora, if when we're offline, if we can provide more information on this, if there's further questions, we will do so on the mariachi program. Major action items. Discussion item. Consider revising BP, adopting AR 7310, naming of facilities. Carrie Upton.
Hello. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Keene and school board. Let me share my screen and start this. Okay. There we go. Sorry, I can't start it beforehand. There we are. Hello. This is Carrie Upton, Chief Operations Officer. I'm bringing to you a question to look at revising Board Policy 7310, which is the naming of facilities and programs. We had discussed this for a few years, and in our current situation where we have budget cuts and challenges with our budget, and also during these budget cutting times, Dr. Dradi did ask my department to look at many ways that we might actually improve and gain revenue. This was something we had discussed before, is that particularly now with a number of buildings about to come online, that we actually have an opportunity to do some additional naming of facilities, and that might actually be able to increase charitable donations to the district. So you have in front of you the board policy and the changes. Just to say, there is no substantive changes to the naming of our programs in honor or recognition, for honorees or recognition. The main section we were updating is the naming of facilities for the programs in reference to a charitable donation. The changes of the charitable donations is that specifying this a little more clearly, that would be something we would do, particularly where people's donations will further the district's educational mission. As part of our way of doing that, we've also put in there that there will be a naming agreement, and the process of that, I'll talk more about that in a moment. And the board still retains the sole discretion to approve any naming opportunities. So the way the process works in the administrative regulations, or the AR 7310, is that we will develop a menu of facilities, often working with a designated group like the Santa Monica Ed Foundation or some representative up in Malibu, that we would develop a menu of facilities that would include, and I'll talk about what's included, but the facility, the duration, amounts, and details. This menu would then be brought to the board for approval. The Ed Foundation or another designated organization would go and solicit people who might be interested in naming facilities. A naming agreement would be drafted, including all the details, and then finally the board would approve the naming agreement. Naming agreements would specify the benefits to the district, state roles and responsibilities of all parties, detail the facility or program being named, clarify the duration of the naming, and stipulate the donation payment schedule, itemize the planned expenditures, and provide parameters for any signage or acknowledgements. This was what would be in a naming agreement that be brought back to the board. So first you'd approve the menu, which gives the opportunity to go solicit what would be happening, and then a naming agreement would be brought back to the board. The naming agreement would also clarify any prohibitions, such as certain organizations or groups that we would not be looking to put their name on a building, termination rights and rescission rights, particularly, in these cases, we usually have some form of a morality clause if at some point it's not useful for those names to be on the buildings any longer. Just a sample menu item we'd bring towards you. One of the things that's about to come online is the Performing Arts Center at John Adams, the rehearsal room. The rehearsal room is a standalone building that sits outside that is for rehearsal, but also be used for community meetings. We might say this is a rehearsal room for a 20-year duration, a $3 million donation, and it would fund music and dance programs and also maintenance of those facilities. And this is the idea that we would bring to you. So what we're asking tonight is that you would discuss the approval of BP 7310, which is naming of facilities and programs. We would bring that back to you at a further meeting for approval. Once approved, we would begin developing the menu items and drafting the naming agreement template. We would return to the board for approval of the menu and the naming agreement before we would do any solicitations for any donations. After we market those naming opportunities, we would bring those back to the board for final approval. Do you have any questions?
I had to unmute. That's great, Carrie. Thank you so much. So the next step would be if we have questions, we'll get them now. If not, you'll bring them back to us. Lori has a question, so I don't even need to keep speaking.
I just want to clarify something. So if the money were donated via these regulations to name a certain facility, that money would, however, not go into capital funding. It would go into the operating budget, right?
Yes, it would be operational for both programs and for the facilities. What I mean whenever I say facilities is, so like, the operations of a theater, we regularly, in less than a capital amount period, have to change out projectors, technology, lamps, lighting fixtures, and some things like that. And that's sort of an ongoing thing. And as much as we pay for that with rentals, there's sometimes some larger numbers we need to do. So it'd be that type of sort of maintenance and keeping going, maintaining facilities as opposed to capital improvements. And then for programs, it would be in support of what those programs are. So like this program would be for the sample that I said, that dance, a dance program or a theater program might be something that would be supported through this grant.
John?
Yes, sir. Ralph?
Could I just finish? But
Yeah.
Couldn't it be, I mean, since this covers a whole range of facilities, if it were, I don't know, a building, then wouldn't that money go directly into the operating budget? And not to say that, of course, maintenance of that building and all of those kind of things wouldn't go with it, but would it really then have, I mean, it wouldn't sort of belong to a particular program at that point.
Perhaps let me just add to this. And looking at this, consider this as us getting new revenue into the operations. We know we need to update our facilities through our general fund. We know we need programs. We need so I don't want us to get tied on to specifically this money's coming to operate on this specific thing. We have needs to make sure that our facilities are taken care of. What I think the goal of this whole thing is to try to bring revenue into the system, into the programs. And if, for example, we're going to go elicit people's supports, whatever is sexy about would attract people to want to donate and give money because we have specific programs or things. I think we go do that. So I don't know if we need to really explicitly state that this will go this here, go there. We know we have those needs, but I guess I'm looking at it as a fundraiser. If you're a fundraiser, how do you maximize the amount of money you can?
Okay, Laura, so if you're done, I have Ralph, then Craig, and then Oscar. But Laura, are you finished, or are you?
I'm finished.
Okay, so Ralph, Craig, Oscar.
Okay. So I I keep losing Carrie.
I'm here.
I think this is, and Ben, into what you just said, is limiting us. I mean, donors come, to places, particularly to, educational institutions, even cities, with things that they are interested in. I think the issue here that Carrie's raised, which is a good one, is that if somebody gives us money to build a new auditorium or a new health center or whatever it is, that there's money included in that for operations maintenance of a program and the building. But I don't think we're saying, I'm not supportive of just saying the only things we want money for is to establish programs and keep the buildings, even if they're current buildings, because if we can get people to donate money, for particular buildings, that lessens the burden that we would potentially ask the community for capital improvement, tax measures that we would ask them for. So I don't want to limit us this, and I think, I thought the idea is that if there are potential donors, that they work with the nonprofit to help establish what that would be, the parameters of that would be, and that the amount of money that might go to different pieces of this, will be determined through that conversation, because the donors, have to feel good about, they have to feel that they're being listened to and responded to in what they want to do. It has to meet our criteria, but I don't want to limit this for people not to support the building of new buildings or remodeling buildings that are maybe, it could be just for that, and then for helping on the maintenance of them or particular programs. I don't think today we should say we only want money, for this one thing. And it was a little, if you're agreeing with me, Carrie, I'd say so, because it seems.
Yes, Ralph. And in the AR, it very specifically says that the donation shall constitute a significant portion of either the total cost of the building, facility, or property to be named, or shall provide ongoing funding for the operational expenses of the building and facility. So we have that listed as a possibility, and I think we can definitely accept, if somebody would like to build us some buildings, I have a list of buildings we need built.
I know. That's why I said that to you.
Yes.
The other thing, maybe if I finish this, is to talk about the rescission portion of this, because I think that's important, that we all understand that if somebody has donated money and it turns out that their credit rating is bad, or they do something or something occurs in that person or person's history, that we have the ability to terminate the relationship, and we may or may not have to return funds.
Yes, and it says in the AR, first of all, if they cannot meet whatever agreement it was, if there was a payment schedule that said they will pay a certain amount every year and they fail to meet that, then we could rescind the agreement. But also, we do have if the approved name becomes inappropriate because of subsequent felonious acts of moral turpitude, failure to meet the financial obligations, or any other factor which discredits the district or is contrary to its educational mission. So it does put in there, and we'll get exact language that will be in the naming agreement that our legal team will help us craft to make sure that we have that opportunity if it became necessary.
So the last thing on that is that it says about giving money back. I guess if we haven't spent it, that we would either return it or give it to a different nonprofit or agency that can be directed. But if some of it, let's say, goes into an endowment to pay for, maintenance and operations over time, how do we determine if they get monies that are still in the bank?
The AR does say the district shall have no obligation to return such proceeds that were incurred prior to the rescission of the naming agreement. So if we've received the money, then we have no obligation, and we'll work out the exact details. And when we come back to you again, once we've developed once you've given us the approval of this policy, we will go out and we will create a drafted naming agreement, and we'll bring that in some way back for the board to approve so that you already know exactly what language is. And we just didn't want to pay lawyers to help us develop that until you say yes to change the policy.
Great. Thank you.
Great. So we will go to Craig and then Oscar.
Yeah, so I think my comments speak to some of the discomfort I think I heard in Lori and Ralph. I think the documents, I was expecting more. Well, let me start by saying I'm excited about this. I think it's a great opportunity. I think it is something we should be doing. I also think it's super fraught with pitfalls. You know, whether it's who you let name what, how much you let be named, right? Because it could be as simple as buildings, and then Carrie's example is sort of a freestanding building, but sort of a room, you know, and we know there's places where seats in auditoriums get things put on them. So there's this whole broad range. And really almost more importantly is when you set a price on something, you've created a market that you then, I think, kind of have to stand by. And my guess is universities are really good at this, right? This is the water they swim in. And I would imagine that, Carrie, you've worked with major endowments, hospitals, universities around us to try to understand what they do. I don't see that in this policy. And I'm really uncomfortable because I am now getting to be around long enough to see how things go wrong. And I would be very afraid that if we approve this policy, we would find ourselves backing into premature decisions with regard to actual choices rather than really understanding what we're prepared to do and then just opening the market for who wanted to come in and name things. So personally, I would much prefer to hold off, and if you were to bring the menu when you bring the policy for revision. And I, as one board member, would be happy to say I'm fully supportive of the intention of these, the AR and the BP and the change in policy and the naming and the creation of a menu. I would also suggest, whether my suggestions adopted, to hold off on approving the BP and the AR or not. I would suggest that we appoint a board subcommittee, whether that's the folks who are the Ed Foundation liaisons, or whether it's the facility subcommittee, or whoever we all feel like assigning this task to. But I'd like to see 3 board members involved in the discussion of creating that menu, because I think it's really fraught and complicated and needs to be done right. And I think there are best practices to steal from. But you know, to the kind of concerns Ralph raised and the kind of concerns Lori raised, we could back ourselves into a corner pretty easily on this, all in the name of trying to do something great. Even to, are we trying to funnel this money toward operating or toward capital, is a really big question, right? And how do you work something like that out? Never mind the split between maintenance and funding programs. And funding programs is then different than naming buildings, because funding programs is what we take grants for. So if I'm going to give a grant to the Ed Foundation to support a particular thing, do I get a free naming of a building or a room for doing it? So I think it's super complicated, and I'm uncomfortable passing the BP and the AR until I see the menu. But I would like to hear what my fellow board members think about that. But I certainly think we've got to make sure that we are crystal clear on that menu before we do anything at all or entertain any sort of conversations with people. Thank you.
Great. Oscar?
Yes, no, I want to support comments made by my colleagues on this item. I don't want to see a lot of corporate, logos up everywhere. I think the the policy will allow us to vet, people and names and so forth. But I think to the point of what Craig was saying, it's like, the building, let's say the cost of a building, and even the one at John Adams, I mean, it's in the millions of dollars, let's say, right? I mean, it might be what, $30-40 million, but yet a $3 million contribution will get your name on the building. So I think it's really important for us to understand also how much money are we talking about. And then I heard that, Carrie was talking about that the naming of buildings would be for new buildings that we need to construct, but then there's also, we're opening this up to buildings that are already constructed. So anyway, very important for us to look into the language also of like, if some, and it has it in there in the AR, but strengthen it so that we don't end up in a situation where people make complaints about people years later. I mean, we're seeing it right now, in cases of, sexual harassment or child molestation, or like a lot of these allegations come years later. So it's real important for us to have language in there that protects us so that we don't, end up making a big mistake that we regret.
Great, thanks, Oscar. We haven't heard from Maria on this. Maria, did you have anything?
Let's see. No. I've been listening, and I agree with the point that Craig made. I would want it to see if we can hold off and push it to the next meeting so that the whole menu comes back to us.
Yeah.
So I would rather see that because and also the process in terms of naming, because that was my big thing the last time around when we named the buildings that we didn't follow a process, and we're not there yet because I don't think we have one yet. But I would rather see that in the naming, in the amounts of money, and what buildings are we talking about? Because I do agree with Oscar. There's certain, we wouldn't want to have corporate sponsors, but yet we did name, the track for one of our beloved teachers that passed away. So,
right.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that gets brought out that I think we just need to kind of vet it out more than just tonight, and have like a 15-20 minute discussion about it. Mm-hmm. But once we have everything in front, I would rather continue it from there.
Okay, so from what I hear, Carrie, and again, fellow board members, this is only a discussion item tonight, so we don't have to take any action. Carrie, I think from what I hear from the board members is the trepidation really is around, the devil in the details, around the menu, how we, like Oscar said, and I think, Oscar, I think what Carrie put up was the rehearsal building, so it wasn't the full, I think you were talking about the price, but you bring up the good point. How much do you have to put in to get the naming rights for something, like the value of it, the spread on that? So Carrie, I think if you want, I'd like to hear from you, Carrie, what board input would help you in crafting that menu, or would you rather go back and work with the people that got you to this point and then come back and present again, or would you rather have a small group of board helping you? What would be the best path for you?
We wanted to the idea was to bring the policy so that we knew sort of the framework we were working in. And then that would also give us direction to go and spend the not inconsiderable amount of staff time and also some legal fees to take it to the next level. So if you want to hold off on approving the policy, then we do need direction from you that says, yes, go do this. Then you'll see probably in a consent agenda a retainer for legal to do the legal work on this. And it would be helpful to have a 3-member group of board members guiding this process. It has been stated in some conversations that would be the board facility subcommittee, but it doesn't really matter which 3 you want to head this way. It's just, it would be helpful to have some guidance to get into the nitpicky details.
So the question comes down to, would the board be comfortable talking about this at a future meeting to approve the changes to the BP and the AR, the philosophical changes to what we're doing? I think if we bring this back, we'd be bringing it back in June, which would give the board plenty of time to submit questions and ask Carrie and his team questions about the BP and the AR. I would be, and then work on the menu and the specifics of what Carrie's talking about down the road. Carrie, did I hear you right with that?
I would like us to get going on this only because We have some, the ideal time to name a new building is when it's about to open. And we're opening buildings in August and February and next August. So we want to get going. So mostly if I could get direction that this is someplace we want to put staff energy and time, that this is something we want to move forward, or I don't know, what direction would you like to give us?
Right.
Can I make a suggestion, John?
Yeah, please.
Maybe if we have a majority of the board who says we think the BP and the AR are in the right neighborhood and the intention is in the right neighborhood and the devil's in the details, so bring it all back to us more fully cooked and we'll decide on it. But yes, we like it and we'll hold off on making any decisions until we see the whole thing. But what we've got so far seems reasonable based on the devil in the details. I would have one caveat to that though. Given everything else we talked about before and after, I'm not sure I would be comfortable authorizing the legal fees, because I think what we're asking you to do is to create a menu, not to create the documentation. You could say we need to create a recidivism or whatever you called it thing, and leave that as a dangling thing that once we approved it, you would go get a lawyer to do. But I would rather you do this with staff time rather than consultant time. But that would be my suggestion, John, is we just say, yeah, we like it, bring it back more fully baked.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, Craig, that I think the spirit of this is I'm on board with that as well. And I think you've got the right direction. So, yeah, Lori.
The lawyer piece is a part of, is for the eventuality that we want to rescind an agreement. Is that right, Carrie?
No, it would be for all of the language that would go into the naming agreement, to make sure that we have appropriate language that binds this, and it would most likely be a three-party agreement between like us, the Ed Foundation, and the donor. And we want to work out all those details before someone like Linda goes and starts seeking donors.
Right.
We want to both know what it is you would accept, that's what the menu is, and what the agreement would be, because once she goes out, she wants to, it helps to have what it is you're going after.
So would it help to speed this up, to have a board subcommittee to work with you? Or is that irrelevant at this point?
Yes.
All right, then I think the best way to go then moving forward is to have the facilities group, which is Lori, Craig, and Ralph, work with Carrie over the next couple weeks to see if this indeed can come back for the 21st. I'm not sure it will. I'm not sure if we'd have time on the 21st. Maybe it comes back our first meeting in June. I think there's support from all the board members on the idea behind this, and if you three get in with Carrie and team, we'll have something concrete when we bring it back. I don't see it happening on May 21st. I think it's going to be the first meeting in June.
All right.
So that's what we will do with that. Wonderful. Unless somebody else has any more comments from the board. Great. Thanks, guys. I appreciate everybody's work on that, which brings us to our major action items. Ms. Lieberman is going to read a couple resolutions for us. I will turn the meeting over to her.
Is anyone going to give a staff report, or you want me to launch right in?
Great.
It's J3.
Probably Dr. Mora, maybe? I don't know.
Or if not, I can just say that what is on the agenda is the resolution in observance of the Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, but I don't know if any staff members wanted to speak to that in any way.
No, we haven't prepared anything. Normally in these, you guys just read it. So unless we change the protocol.
Okay. So that is the resolution that's before us. And I will read the whereases, but this is something that we've done before. It's something that we do annually, and unfortunately, we don't have the opportunity to have like a student-led presentation or anything. So, without further ado, the whereas, well, it's the now therefore be it resolved that during Asian Pacific American Heritage Month, the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District joins with all Americans in celebrating this rich and diverse culture and encourages all members of our community to recognize the important role of Asians/Pacific Americans in creating and building this great nation. Be it further resolved that appropriate lessons and units of study about the contributions of Asians and Pacific Americans take place in our schools not only during this month, but throughout the school year.
Wonderful. So is there a motion to approve this resolution? I see Craig. I see second from Oscar. And we will roll call. Oscar?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Craig?
Yes.
Ralph?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Me? I'm a yes. Mia, you still with us?
Yes.
Kimya?
Yes.
Ashlyn?
Yes.
Wonderful. Did I miss anybody? I feel like I missed a board member. No, great. So that is seven plus 3. That passes. We have adopted that resolution, which brings us to Major J4, adopt resolution California Day of the Teacher. I don't know if Dr. Drotti, you can introduce this, or if Dr. Moore, or if this is for Ms. Lieberman to read.
Yeah, obviously this is an important the resolution. We want to honor our teachers that have worked very hard, particularly during this pandemic. I think this is a time in which I think the nation is actually recognizing the importance of education and that we are essential in everything. So we want to take the opportunity to honor our teachers with this resolution. So I'll have Lori just read it.
Okay, I will read the be it resolved clause. And I just would remind everybody that, well, the be it resolved clause will mention that Day of the Teacher is May 13th, which is next week. And so obviously, outside of adopting this resolution, anyone is free, and I would say urged to let their teachers know how much they're appreciated in this time and at all times. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District Board of Education does hereby urge the community to recognize Wednesday, May 13th, 2020 as Day of the Teacher by taking time to remember and honor those who give the gift of knowledge through teaching.
Lori, before we adopt this resolution, I know this is personal to you with your daughter teaching 3rd grade. Could you just share briefly some things that have been done for Jenny during this time? Because I think it matters.
Well, my daughter, who teaches 3rd grade in San Francisco, received the parents and students in her class put together a compilation of something from each child, sort of thanking her. It was so sweet. I actually think a parent has sent me something like that was done for a teacher here. There are all kinds of different ways now with remote learning that people are connected in ways that they weren't before. So the upside of it is they can share with each other, and classes can sort of get together to say nice things and do nice things for their teachers. My daughter had one parent send a note to the superintendent of a huge school district about how much, this is a woman who has triplets, how much she appreciated all the 3 teachers and all the work that they're doing for her kids. So, there are any number of ways that people can express themselves, but I just want to urge all of us, because we represent our community and we know how much our teachers are appreciated, but there's nothing like hearing it from your own students and your own parents. And I'll stop there.
Would you like to move the item?
I would, but I think at least I can see Ralph wanting to speak to it. I'm happy to move the item.
Okay. Ralph.
Great. And I'll second it if it hasn't been.
Yeah, okay. So moved by Lori, seconded by Ralph, and then you have a quick comment?
In reading, I just actually wanted to add a couple words, if I may, to strengthen it in a way. Because as strong as it is, there are a couple things which I think it isn't doing strong enough. So in the second whereas, where it says the great global pandemic and its impact on teaching and learning has greatly changed education. Change to impacted, because we don't know what the changes are. I just think it's a better word. And then on the whereas, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teachers strive to make every classroom an exciting environment. I would add in there and make every classroom an alternative learning space, an exciting environment, because what's going on is it's not in a classroom per se. And I think it's important to recognize what teachers are doing, and how broad it is. It's sort of it's not a physical space. And then whereas California teachers fill many roles as listeners, explorers, role models, motivators, mentors, I would just like to add after role models, innovators, because what they are doing now truly is innovative. And I want to make sure that they get on all of these three, that, reacting to the impact of the coronavirus, working in new and different environments, and in being creative and innovative is just so important, that they're just, not that they're just stepping up, but that they are truly, helping to change what education is going to look like, in the future. And, that's really the most important part, that their love and their drive to make sure every student gets the education opportunities that they need.
Okay, so Laura, you had moved that. Are you okay with those?
I was just going to say, that's all friendly, sure.
Okay, wonderful. So if Sarah did not get all that, I will have Ralph email it to her for the final resolution.
I'm good.
Yes, Oscar.
Now, one little change, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The fifth whereas, it reads, today's teachers mold the minds and train the workforce of the future. Can we add, today's teachers mold the minds and train the leaders and the workforce of the future? So it's not just workforce.
Lori?
That's friendly.
Great. So we will, with those changes, I will now do a roll call on this. I think it's been perfected. Oscar?
Yes.
Lori?
Yes.
Craig?
Yep.
Ralph?
Yes.
Richard?
Yes.
Maria?
Yes.
Mia? Yes. Kimya?
Yes.
Ashlyn?
Yes.
All right, and I am a yes. So that is all of us, all 10. Wonderful. Thank you all for getting that done. And now it brings us to the big one tonight, number 5. I believe, Ben, do you want to introduce Dr. Kelly for this?
So Dr. Kelly is going to come and talk about the process that we're engaged in terms of jobs, and I alluded to a little bit about why we're going through this. But he'll add more and then give it.
We're about to go to our major item with the 25 speakers.
Mark Kelly, would you?
Oops, I was not.
Good evening, everyone, board members, Superintendent Drani, members of the public. So thank you for hearing me. So what is before the board is an item to adopt the proposed decision of administrative law judge, and which is a step in the layout process. So let me give some background to this. I want to reiterate a few points that Dr. Drani stated and expand upon them. So on February 20th, the board adopted resolutions that gave staff authority to move forward with the layout process. I think there's been some misunderstanding about that process. This has been a process that is, the process is really about taking the board's direction in terms of staffing ratios and applying them to enrollment and allocating staff to school sites. It's a process that takes place every single school year. So the board has not changed, and staff is not recommending any change at this time to the staffing ratios. They've been in place for several years now. What we've done, though, is we have monitored enrollment, and enrollment, as Dr. Druddy pointed out, has been on a downward trend. So when we apply the formulas to that enrollment, that results in reductions. In recent years, we've been able to absorb those same reductions that have occurred through attrition, which means it wasn't necessary to notice anyone in order to achieve those reductions. That process is something that goes back a long time. I've been a principal in the district. Every year, someone who was sitting in my seat now met with me and said, okay, this is what your staffing allocation is going to be based on your enrollment. And it comes out of what the board has adopted in terms of staffing formulas and staffing ratios. And so we've done that. The problem is that this year we do not have the attrition, that voluntary separations, resignations, even involuntary separations that have occurred, and they have not really materialized. The district needs flexibility in order to make sure that we have the right staff in the right locations and that staffing is aligned to enrollment. When we don't have that attrition and aren't able to absorb the decline, we have to use the process that the legislature gives us, which is the education code. It is a process of a layout process. It requires statutory notification. It's a multi-step process. It's not one that really the board has a whole lot of influence except for to adopt the resolutions that it did on February 20th. It is primarily seniority based. There is some ability to deviate from that, but it is based on seniority and its process. But fundamentally, this has never been about the board giving staff direction to make cuts for the budgetary purposes. I can't say that in the future that won't be necessary, but to date, the board has not given staff direction to say, cut teachers. We've done exactly what we've done every year for the recent years since my 5 years in this seat, but it's been done prior to that. I was a principal and I went through this process. We've aligned staffing to enrollment. It's just there was no ability to absorb those reductions because we didn't have the attrition. As attrition may materialize, we will continue to assess our needs. That assessment of needs is ongoing on a daily basis. We initially noticed 49 teachers of potential layoff. To date, we've rescinded 20 notices of that. That process is continuing. What this particular item is that as part of the process, teachers may request a hearing in front of an administrative law judge. That is their right under the education code. The district respects that right in that process. That hearing was held last Thursday on April 30th. This item was the opportunity for the board to receive the judge's proposed decision and to adopt that. We're going to ask that you not do that at this time because we just received the judge's decision this late afternoon, just about an hour before we went into closed session. We don't feel that's sufficient time for the respondents to have read the judge's decision. However, it is likely that we are going to recommend that the board adopt it. So we're going to ask that you schedule a special meeting next week so that you can consider the resolution and adopt the administrative law judge's decision. I've had a chance to read the report. I feel like we can sustain it. What it does, once it's adopted, it allows us to continue with the process. The kind of turning point is the next step would be final notices where layoffs will actually occur. Once someone is given a final notice, they remain on a reemployment list. They either retain reemployment rights for 39 months if they're a permanent employee or 24 months if they're a probationary employee. As positions open up, as our need is there, we have the requirement and the responsibility to use to rehire from that reemployment list. We continue to hear from principals and to assess our needs and to make decisions. Dr. Druddy suggested that somewhere between 10 and 15 is likely where we land in total layoffs. That's probably a good estimate based on my assessment at this point. There are some changes that might come about this, some transfers that come about this, but people will continue to have employment. But again, at its core, this is fundamentally about alignment to staffing and enrollment, which is a process that happens on an annual basis. So we have posted the judge's proposed decision on the district's website, so it is available. We have transmitted it to you as board members prior to your closed session. We've also transmitted it to the respondent's attorney, who agreed to accept it on their behalf. And so the two attorneys that represented the teachers will be sharing it with the respondents. So we're going to ask that you schedule a special meeting to consider and adopt the resolutions, but we are going to recommend that you adopt the ALJ's proposed decision as is.
Great, thank you, Dr. Kelly. And I want to reiterate what Dr. Kelly just said, that we will be discussing this item tonight. We will be hearing from the public on this item tonight, and the board can share its feelings on this item tonight. But because of the legislative process and how late we got the report from the judge, we will not be able to vote on this tonight. We will schedule a special meeting on Tuesday, this coming Tuesday, time to be determined, to actually vote on this item. But we will have a full discussion tonight, hear all the comments and all the board member comments as well. Are there clarifying questions from the board before we go to public comments? We have a good number of comments, so I do want to hear our public out. Are there any clarifying questions?
Yes, I do. I have one.
Yeah, Maria.
Dr. Kelly, you mentioned, I guess you would come back, and based upon the ALJ's, I guess, ruling, will you be coming back with adjustments as a result of it on the special meeting on Tuesday? Right. I guess further clarifying, you said there was 49 layoff orders, 20 were rescinded. Will you have adjustments made on the remaining 29?
There may be adjustments on the remaining 29. At this time, we don't think we will be proposing any adjustments to the administrative law judge written decision. There are a few things that we could argue they're not substantive. On the substantive points, we're not going to challenge them. It may be because as we continue to assess needs that I may be informing you on Tuesday that we have continued to rescind. As a technical matter, if a teacher is not given a final layoff notice, it is deemed a rescission. Once they are given a final layoff notice, and then we are able to offer them employment, it's considered a rehire at that point. That could happen the very next day after they receive a final notice. It could happen a week later. It could happen 2 weeks later, through the summer, into the fall, through the duration of their reemployment right period. It is possible that on Tuesday I may have some additional information to you which will improve the situation in terms of layoffs.
Anything else clarifying, or can we get to our public comment?
Yeah, John, I'd like to ask a leading clarifying question of Mr. Kelly, Dr. Kelly. So I think it's really important that this be clear. So we have a statutory process imposed upon us by law, which involves pink slips and then the layoff notices that we're contemplating today and will execute next week, or likely execute. And that's dictated by the government, and that has some very upsetting elements to it for the people who receive it. We've seen this over the years. People get pink slips. It's very upsetting. The pink slips are rescinded. In fact, some of the math of how pink slips work almost requires that more pink slips are given out than there's any expectation will actually be fully executed. And you're saying that even after we were to pass what you're asking us to pass tonight, we move from the day before you would rescind the layoff notice, the day after you would rehire the person. So that's all part of a statutory process. That's the water you swim in, and it's well understood inside, but I think certainly very upsetting for the employees no matter what. I mean, getting a pink slip's incredibly unpleasant, and getting actually laid off is even more unpleasant. I want to pull away from that, though, because I think it's really important that people here, or the people who listen later, understand from the practical point of view, from the operating point of view, there's a process that started on March 15th that goes all the way to the start of school and beyond, of assessing the needs of the amount of students we have and who we put in those classrooms. And you're constantly evaluating tomorrow, next week, a month from now, the day before school, 3 days after school, and these employees, whether they're on the list on next Wednesday or not, this is not a final decision that's irrevocable, that you're going to keep evaluating that based on the enrollment as you see it and the way all this trickles down. So I think that's the important thing to say. It sounded more like a statement than a question, but my leading question is, would you agree with that, Dr. Kelly?
I would. We are constantly assessing enrollment. I think it's important to understand that as a matter of practice, SMNUSD hasn't done what other school districts do. And given kind of what potentially might happen with the budget, it may be something, but to our favor, when someone in my seat, or when I tell a principal, based on your enrollment projection, this is what you're getting in terms of your staffing allocation, we don't pull back on that if enrollment comes in under those projections, unless we're able to do so by attrition. Someone at that particular site, or someone may have requested involuntary transfer. We don't necessarily do that. We let them stay with the allocation that they were given, unless we're able to do it in a way that doesn't compromise what we've already told them we've had. That's not always a practice that school districts do. I was a teacher in Los Angeles, and I remember that first Wednesday in October, what they called Norm Day. Once the enrollment numbers were finalized on that first Wednesday, lots of teachers were shifted all throughout the district. It was highly disruptive, but it was also fiscally responsible. So we have, as a matter of practice, once we give the staff, the principal, the allocation, we let them plan and prepare based on that. And only if we see a really marked change from the enrollment projection, and by the way, it could be if there's a market increase, we would add staff, because they're entitled to it based on the staffing formula that the board adopts as part of its budget decision, finalizing its budget.
Great, thank you, Dr. Kelly. So, seeing nothing else, we will go to our public comment, and Ms. Lieberman.
Yes. We have, I believe, 25 speakers. So according to our rules, then that means they each have 2 minutes. So I'm going to read 3 at a time so that people can get ready, and however this works behind the scenes, they are effectively in line to speak. The first 3 speakers are Emily Arms, Mark Cullen, and Noah Goldsmith.
Thank you, Ms. Lieberman. Good evening, Dr. Drotti, President Keene, and board members. I'm here tonight to oppose all teacher layoffs and propose 2 alternative ways for the district and board to address our serious budget shortfall. Though now Dr. Drotti has stated that the number of pink slips have been reduced from the original 46, make no mistake about it. Laying off any teachers, even 10 to 15, will still have extremely adverse consequences for the quality of education of our students. It is especially painful for residents of the city of Santa Monica to watch this, as we have voted over and over and over again to tax ourselves through multiple bond measures that never seem to fix our financial woes. Of course, I'm aware that our district status has recently changed to basic aid and that drastic cuts must be made to balance the budget. But I echo what Council PTA President Claudia Seizer said, keep the cuts far from the classroom. It does not seem fair for teachers to pay the price for the district and board's unchecked spending over the last several years. If, as Dr. Drotti notes, enrollment has truly been declining since 2013, yet the district kept hiring more teachers, why is that? Where was the oversight? I would encourage the board members who were here 7 years ago to address this. Therefore, I'd like to propose that the $7 million in cuts not be to classroom teachers, aides, literacy coaches, speech pathologists, counseling, community liaisons, and any other position with direct impact on students. In particular, I asked the school district, Dr. Dradi, the Board of Ed, to consider my 2 suggestions. Number 1, please eliminate all special projects like PBL High School at Olympic Campus and its administrators, or even better, completely close all under-enrolled campuses and consolidate students to other schools. In a worldwide recession and district budget crisis of this magnitude, it is customary for local districts to close certain schools. Dradi mentioned this. This could net us a huge savings of millions of dollars. I'd like you to seriously consider that. Second, please reduce district management and senior staff, redundant administrators, unnecessary technology positions, and I'd like to ask that senior district administrators accept a 20% salary reduction until this budget crisis is resolved. Many leaders around the world are taking pay cuts or foregoing their salaries to save their employees. Our district leaders must do the same.
Thank you, Ms. Goldsmith. So for public speakers, if you do, your time is up, so so we can be respectful to all the people that need to speak, please finish your sentence, finish your thought, and then wrap it up so we can get to the next speaker. We'd really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Mark Cullen, followed by Noah Goldsmith, and then Sarah Rodriguez.
Hang on, he's having trouble. Oh, I'm still muted. Maybe.
Hello? Hello?
Oh, shit.
Mark, we can hear you. Mark, that worked.
Who's coming up?
Mark, there you go.
All right. Laura, I want to donate my time to Laura Ford.
Okay, but Laura, so how that would work then, when Laura speaks, she would be given an extra minute that you would be donating to her.
Great.
So if that's the case, then we'll wait till Laura and we'll give her 3 minutes as opposed to 2.
Terrific.
Thanks so much, Mark. Appreciate it.
Okay, then the next speaker is, again, Noah Goldsmith, Sarah Rodriguez, and then Max Cornell.
Hi, guys. Good evening, Dr. Dradi, President Keene, and board members. My name is Noah Goldsmith, and I'm a senior at Samo High. I'm proud to be speaking tonight on behalf of Jason Batung. I was fortunate enough to have him as my teacher during my freshman year, and like for many, the beginning of high school was very difficult for me. With schedule changes and 3,000 other students, the transition felt very daunting. But fortunately, I ended up having the opportunity to join yoga. And if you don't know this already, 9th graders are usually not allowed to take yoga. But I somehow became the exception and was welcomed into the class with open arms. As a freshman in a predominantly upperclassmen class, I was absolutely terrified. But JB made sure that I was not only included, but felt like I could really be a part of the group. 5th period became my safe space, where I was able to cultivate my passion for yoga. And JB's ability to understand the needs of his students, as well as the expertise as a yoga teacher, was and still is extremely inspiring. And 4 years later, I'm now working at a yoga studio, and I plan to receive my teaching certificate in the fall. Had I not had this initial experience with JB in his yoga class, this would not be the case. Firing such a kind and understanding teacher and mentor would be a massive mistake. As a graduating senior, I can only hope that SMM-USD will ensure that future students will have the opportunity to study with Jason Batung, a truly gifted educator. Thank you.
There's this Sarah, I know I saw you on here earlier. Sarah Rodriguez.
Hi. Good evening, Dr. Dradi, board members, community members, parents, students, fellow teachers. I hope each of you is doing well. I'm a Samo High teacher. I'm here to ask you to do the right thing. Some non-negligible number of SMM-USD teachers and other staff, including speech language pathologist assistants, are on the verge of being laid off. in the midst of the most socially disruptive public health and economic crisis in living memory. We need to save their jobs, rescind all the layoffs. Even in the best of times, layoffs of teachers hurt students, and with all due respect, no FTE versus student enrollment graph changes that. Please consider the direct and indirect impacts the loss of numerous well-loved, dedicated, and passionate teachers and other staff have on our students. Even in good times, we know that losing teachers hurts students. But in the midst of a pandemic with so many unknowns, it seems to make even less sense to let go of teachers now. Relationships matter now more than ever. And so does having the human resources to enable us to have flexibility in terms of designing schooling experiences that will work, given whatever public health guidance we will be navigating in the fall and beyond. At a time like this, the needs of our student and community must come first, not the dictates of the deficit. Given the enormity, the sheer scale of economic devastation we're confronting as a nation and as a globe, I've got to say that a few dollars of budgetary savings seem trivial. People have to be the priority at a time like this. But here's my most important point. This is a generation-defining moment, and a moment that calls for moral clarity. Our school district is not an impersonal behemoth like LAUSD. Our school district prides itself on being like a family. The teachers I know whose jobs are on the line are members of our Samo High family. We make sacrifices for family. So I plead with you, take the budgetary hit and keep your teachers employed so that they can sleep at night, so they can continue to afford health care for themselves and their families, so they do not have to navigate the horrible position.
Time's up.
Of being unemployed, looking for jobs that likely won't exist in the foreseeable future. No teacher or SLIPA layoffs. Thank you.
Max Cornell, and then Katerina Valentina Merlot.
Do I unmute? There we go. You guys can hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'm going to echo a lot of what Sarah just said, but I wanted to just share. I teach 7th grade humanities at Lincoln Middle School. This is my first year in SMM USD, and even though my wife has taught at Smash for 15 years, I was still impressed when I began to see the district from the inside. As an employee and to be part of a team of dedicated experts whose driving mission is to improve the lives of the students, it was a very rewarding feeling. But as a new member of the district, obviously I was first in line for a pink slip. And as you can all imagine, it's not fun to get that news. I have 4 kids of my own, 3 of them still in the district, and I'd hope to stay there with them indefinitely. In any other year, I would understand pink slips as a budgetary necessity, but this is not any other year. This is an unusual year, and it's a next year that we're all grappling with. We don't know what it's going to look like. We don't know what it's going to mean. And facing that unknown without a job is a burden that I wish I didn't have to bear. So I hope you can find it in your heart and in your budget to ease the burden on me and my fellow SMM USD employees who have their own families and their own pink slips to worry about. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Katerina, and then Claudia Bautista Nicholas, followed by Abigail Arms Johnson.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay, thank you.
Yes, we can hear you, Claudia.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Katerina Valentina Merlop, and I'm one of the teachers who intend to lay off despite the #1 skipping criteria being whether a teacher teaches immersion. I am and have been an immersion teacher here at this district since 2008. I worked at JAMS where I taught 6th, 7th, and 8th grade immersion social studies classes. I now teach modern world history, economics, and government to the immersion students at Samo High, taking over for 2 incredible icons, Daniela Escalera and Jaime Jimenez, who retired last year, making me one of 2 remaining immersion teachers, true immersion teachers at Samo High. I have a vision for the future of this program, There are only 4 teachers that teach social studies for the entire immersion group from 6th to 12th grade. We have a unique opportunity to create a comprehensive ACES-aligned immersion curriculum that can build upon itself and flow from the beginning of man to modern day. Using this new approach, we would have the ability to tell one cohesive story that runs throughout history, since we get the privilege of having the same group of kids throughout the years. This is a rare occurrence in the education world and would be a gift in terms of providing a new level of continued perspective and insight via the study of history in this way. The redesign of this curriculum could help retain students and would make the relevance of history more apparent than ever before. My colleagues at SAMO and JAMS agree and are on board. I am the only teacher who has taught all but one social studies class at the secondary level that the district has to offer. My unique experience has given me the ability to spearhead this redesign, and in its opportunity I would relish. So while yes, I am technically only teaching 2 sections of immersion this year, and yes, I broke service for 13 months in 2018 so I could stay home and raise my baby, I believe the skipping criteria should apply to me, as I'm an essential part of the immersion program. And the
Time is up.
Okay. And the letters from many students, parents, and teachers that you've received prove just that. By removing me from this district, you will not have only lost a chance to develop this unique curriculum, but you will be effectively killing this admired program. I ask you to rescind my notice to ensure the continued viability of the immersion. Thank you.
Thank you. Where are we? Claudia Bautista Nicholas, Abigail Arms Johnson, then Parker Lauer.
Hi, hello. Am I unmuted? Yes, okay, good. I am reaching out today to you as the immersion coordinator at Samo High, and I'm doing so because my program is in grave danger at the high school. When I started teaching at Samo High, we were a department of 4 Spanish teachers, 3 social studies teachers, and 3 math teachers. Despite the fact that we were a small program, our students graduated with biliteracy and bilingual diplomas that served to open many doors for them throughout the world. In the past few years, we have lost math and Spanish classes. In this coming year, we fear we will lose the rest of the social studies classes. A year ago, we lost Jaime Jimenez and Danny Escalera to retirement. Both had been in the immersion program since its inauguration at the high school. Their loss was a huge blow to our program. However, Kat Valentina Merlot, who had been teaching at the middle school and had been Jaime Jimenez's student teacher, was coming back from maternity leave. We were thrilled that she was available since she is a fantastic history teacher and trilingual in English, German, and Spanish. She loves teaching and understands the special nature of our program. She has a vision for the potential that it can become a world-class program in the near future. This year, we sent students to some of the finest universities in the country, including UCLA, UC Berkeley, UC Davis, UC San Diego, UC Santa Cruz, UC Merced, Cornell University, Barnard University, Columbia, and Harvard. And may I also add MIT Engineering, which is the toughest department to get into in the country. Our students are rock stars. We teach them social justice standards throughout their education, and we encourage them to choose to participate in their communities. They graduate with a sense of community and empowerment that help them achieve the stars. If we lose Kat Valentina Merlot, we will lose the final link in our immersion pathway chain. She teaches our 10th and 12th grade courses in social studies. Without her, our students will lose this valuable program.
Time is up.
Thank you.
Abigail Arms Johnson, Parker Lauer, then Jackie Stansberry.
Hello. Yes. Hi. Can you hear me? Good. Yeah. All right. Great. Good evening, all. My name is Abigail Johnson, and I am a senior at Santa Monica High School. I take Yoga PE Period 4 with Jason Batong, better known as JB. Yoga is in extremely high demand at Samo High, with wait lists every year to get into the class. As the only yoga instructor, JB has been teaching at Samo High for over 10 years. Students past and present have benefited tremendously from JB's yoga instruction. And to further his education, JB is currently finishing his master's degree at LMU. I can only say I wish I took his class sooner. JB is one of the best teachers I have had, and it would be unwise to remove this dedicated teacher from Samo High or remove yoga from the PE curriculum. But what JB teaches us in class doesn't just stay in the classroom. He prepares us to live healthier and more mindfully, even after the year is done. Accessible to all students, regardless of AP classes and honors, JB's main goal is to utilize repetition of poses and stretches to commit yoga to our muscle memory so that we can transfer it home and create our own sequences. So we don't need a yoga mat or expensive studio membership. JB transforms the class into more than just a general PE credit. JB creates a unique community that allows students to learn and connect differently from other groups on campus. We learn lifelong skills and lessons from him: how to maintain healthy relationships, stress management, learning from others, accountability, discipline, and mindfulness and awareness of our own actions. JB urges us to remember the legacy we leave on Samo High and on the world. During quarantine and moving forward, the values and practices learned in JB's yoga classes are the most relevant. SMUSD has said itself that mindfulness needs to be more present in the classroom environment. Removing JB and yoga from Samo High would be a step backward. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's Parker Lauer next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. Hello, my name is Parker Lauer and I'm the student body president at Santa Monica High School. I'm here today because my job is to speak on behalf of the students. We, the students, would not be who we are without the incredible efforts of our teachers. They are our advocates, our mentors, and the foundation of our support system. As a current senior, on my way out, I want to take a moment to thank all the teachers who have not only taught me the skills I need to be successful in life, but the tools to speak up for those in need. As many have stated, this week is Teacher Appreciation Week. So the least I can do is stand before you today, urging you to do everything possible to keep our teachers, like my ASB teacher, Miss Paulus, in the classroom. I recognize how complicated the budget issues are, and I can't imagine the countless hours you have spent dealing with the challenges thrown your way, particularly ones relating to the pandemic. However, like my history teachers have taught me, it is in the time of crisis that our strong leaders emerge. In the time of crisis, we unite to maintain what keeps our communities together. Please be the leaders that will do everything in their power to make sure our teachers are the last ones to go. Thank you.
Jackie Stansberry, followed by Laura Ford and Maya Lauer.
Jackie, are you here? Hey, Lori Lieberman, I think we should skip Jackie for now and see if she gets back in the queue.
Jackie, and if she appears later while we're still on this item. Okay, then moving right along, we have Laura Ford, who has 3 minutes now, then Maya Lauer and Sarah Barrett.
Sarah Warburg, did you get that the speaker has 3 minutes? Thank you very much.
Hi, okay, can you hear me? Yes, okay. Hi, I'm Laura Ford. I am asking you to please rescind all teacher layoffs. This is why. We should be able to retain teachers with Measure R funds. The stated purposes of Measure R include a, quote, to sustain achievement in reading, writing, and mathematics for all students at all grade levels, and to fulfill the district's core curriculum, which includes music, arts, and athletics. And B, quote, to attract and retain highly qualified teachers, end quote. 2, $6 million of Measure R monies are unallocated for next year. You can't just say now that it's going to teachers. That's creative accounting. Per Ms. Kennedy, the plan was to dump $6 million into the general fund before I brought it to her attention, and yours, guys. That's illegal. That $6 million is for our teachers. It can and it should be used to save our teachers. 2 or 3, I don't know. $67 million of Measure R funds have not been itemized for the past 10 fiscal years as per the audits. I have read all of the audits. Per Ms. Kennedy, this money was dumped into the general fund every year. That is illegal. Why should our teachers be punished for this misuse of funds? Why do they have to bear the brunt of your inability to manage your resources and your inability to know the rules of Measure R? Guys, let's face it. You're busted. You could pass the buck back and forth and hide the fact you've been misusing these funds for 10 years. Use that money to rescind these pink slips, or there will be a good chance that A, State Auditor Elaine Howell will swoop in, or B, you're going to have a class action lawsuit on your hands and make us even more broke. So please rescind these pink slips when you re-adjourn. Thank you.
Maya Lauer, then Sarah Barrett, and then Sarah Tropia.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Also, I just want to say I'm sorry for interrupting my sister's speech. Okay. To the members of the board and Dr. Drawdy, my name is Maya Lauer, and I am a senior at Santa Monica High School and a proud immersion student since kindergarten. I'm here to speak in support of our teachers and against the proposed layoffs. These teacher layoffs directly affect the immersion program that has been the source of my success and the success of many students in our district. While I don't believe in any of these cuts, one comes close to home. Ms. Valentina Murlov, who is set to teach immersion world history and immersion econ and government next year. Cutting Ms. Valentina Murlov or any immersion teacher would be a grave mistake. Qualified immersion teachers, which includes Ms. Valentina, are hard to find and should be considered highly specialized positions and indispensable. I implore you all to continue to recognize the importance of keeping all of our teachers, especially from our outstanding Spanish immersion program. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Barrett, then Sarah Tropia.
Should I unmute myself? Is that okay? Are you good? Just unmute. All right. Dr. Drawdy, President Keene, members of the board, parents, teachers, and students. My name is Sarah Barrett, and I'm speaking on behalf of Gavin Wallace, a PE teacher at Lincoln Middle School, and Sarah Paulus, an English teacher at Samo High. I know that cuts need to be made, and I'm hoping that all the teachers can be saved from pink slips this year, especially in the current situation we find ourselves in right now. Our kids need their teachers now more than ever. Coach Wallace lives by 5 rules in her class and in the world. She teaches those to the kids too. Number 1, always have a good attitude. 2, don't blame others or point the finger because there's always 3 fingers pointing back at you. Number 3, well, I'm just going to say read between the lines because I think you all know what number 3 is. Do not swear. You're better than that. Number 4, make a promise, a commitment to always do your best. And number 5, always look out for the little guy. These lessons help everyone. My daughter has been lucky enough to have Miss Wallace this year, and letting her go after 8 years with the district would be a huge loss to Lincoln's PE department. Sarah Paulus takes on much more than just teaching, as if that isn't enough. She jumped in wholeheartedly to take on the activities director role when the English department needed someone. She knows our kids and helps them through this crisis and the crises that our kids face being teens in the 21st century. She starts every day with unity. They are a team. She creates lessons with students' interest in mind. Her students feel loved and heard. She makes English enjoyable. And most importantly, she never hesitates to support my daughter and all the students at Samo High. We rely on our teachers to be there and to guide us. We need them even more right now. Please
Time
keep
is up.
us out of the classroom. When we can be our best and bring good attitude, then we can do it. And by the way, happy Teacher Appreciation Day. Show them you care by not cutting them, please.
The next three speakers are Sarah Tropia, if I'm pronouncing that right, which I'm probably not, Gentrix Georges, and then Mitchell Lester.
It's Trope, but no one gets it right, so don't worry. I am a third generation Santa Monican and a 1991 graduate of Samo High, and a parent of two fourth generation Santa Monicans who are attending John Adams and Samo High. My daughter had a great freshman year this year, in large part because the teachers are exceptional. So you can imagine her dismay and my dismay when three of her teachers received pink slips this year, including Lucas Capra, Sarah Paulus, and Kyle Kohler. I have been told that Kyle Kohler's pink slip has been rescinded, so thank you for that, but the other two remain. And while I don't want to speak because I think the cuts across the board are not appropriate at this time, I'm going to speak specifically as them, the ones who I know personally. Mr. Capra was incredible as Scarlett's art teacher. He effectively engaged 14-year-olds to discuss really sensitive topics. Mr. Capra really connects with students and they enjoy going to his daughter. Learned a ton and really honed her debating skills. She kept us on our toes at the dinner table every night. And we look forward to him continuing to teach history in the years to come. Continuity of teaching with the same teacher over several years is something that all students can benefit from. And as a member of the Froshsoft girls soccer team, Scarlett had the privilege of being coached by Miss Paulus. Miss Paulus is incredibly warm, kind, and dedicated to her players. And she created an environment in which the girls strive to grow as soccer players, students, and as people in general. She counseled Scarlett through a broken arm and helped her make the most of a shortened season. In addition to coaching and teaching, Paulus took on the activities director role when asked. I understand from those in her English class, she was equally talented in connecting with and teaching the classroom as well. These, like I said, are the teachers that our family knows, but I know there are many other talented teachers whose jobs are on the line. And while I recognize the reality of the budgetary crisis, I'm very disheartened that the district and the board seek to address our financial shortfall by cutting teachers, our most valuable resource. There has to be another way, because at the end of the day, technology, experimental programs, and any of the other numerous other expenditures that are not being are a little import if our kids don't have enough talented teachers to keep class size reasonable. So I implore you to look at other areas to make cuts, but don't cut our teachers. This is especially so in light of the pandemic and the likely need to maintain social distancing requirements when and if the kids return to school. Thank you.
Gentrix Georges, Mitchell Lester, and Melissa Solano. Sarah, is this person here?
What's the name again?
Gentrix Georges. I may be butchering the pronunciation, but
I don't see that name.
okay, well then let's skip that person and go to Mitchell Lester, then Melissa Solano, and Rebecca Haggerty.
Hello. Can you hear me? I guess you can. Yeah, I've never spoken out at a school board meeting before, so this isn't really something I've done a lot. Maybe I'm representative of some of the people who don't show up at these things too much, but I would just say that it seems like the frustrations I hear a lot are that there seems to be a loss of sight about what's important here. I mean, you can have the best buildings and best technology and the best administrators in the world, but unless you have a connection between a teacher and a student, the students are not getting a good education. You know, they're not making that connection because of school class sizes or what have you. And the reverse is true as well. You can have a terrible broken down building, and terrible administrators, terrible technology, but if those teachers are actually connecting with the kids and stirring up curiosity in them, then they are getting a good education. So I guess I understand why the approach should be, it seems like, to preserve that connection first and foremost. That should be the priority than anything that the school board does or making any decisions. And so when you're protecting the connection, that's number one priority. Then what's the second priority, third, fourth, fifth? And then when you make cuts, you start cutting from those outer priorities and work your way inward. So that hopefully never touches the teacher. I guess I don't really have a good sense about what those priorities, how we prioritize it. I mean, I like the charts. I appreciate that, Mr. Superintendent. I didn't see any expenditure charts on what we're spending the money on, because I might lay out like, what are all these priorities that we have and why are we cutting from them before we get down to the core with what matters the most. So I'll just end by asking a question by Mr. Keene, who I thought you brought up a really good point. We were talking to the student at the beginning of this meeting, which felt like it started a couple of days ago. But you said to them, they went and spoke with Ben Allen, and you said it's great that when you talk to people, you speak up, people will listen. And so I guess my question for you guys are you going to listen? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Melissa Solano, Rebecca Haggerty, and then Joan Krennick.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, board, and good evening, Dr. Drotti. I'm calling a state of emergency for our small community and ask that you rescind the pink slips for Jamie Hammock and stop the involuntary transfer for another fantastic teacher. Dr. Drotti, over a year ago, you came to our school and shared your vision along with the planning committee and painted a picture of reassurance that we would benefit from combining the two schools into one. We would never experience combined classes, nor would we experience losing faculty due to budget cuts. In my opinion, combining schools is considered cutting a budget already. You said all these things, but yet after our community experienced a devastation, your actions are going to kill the Malibu schools. We need TLC. This is unjustifiable, especially in the time of COVID-19, where we face a massive enrollment because people may not be able to afford private parochial schools anymore. If the government can help with providing funding to American small business owners, etc., Sacramento can step up and give aid towards the need of educational funding. We all know this is an issue because funds were mismanaged by the district, and who suffers? The children suffer. This is the future of our society, and do we really want to set them up this way? Do we really want to set them up for failure? My daughter is Isabella Solano. She's 6 years old and a student of Jamie Hammock. Jamie's taught my child to read. With so much excitement and passion, she's taught my child to be a problem solver, but most importantly, she has encouraged my child to be a little eco-hero and activist she is today. These sentiments are shared with our students and their parents. She's given her compassion and provided her comfort. She shares the same values, is committed to nurturing all of her students with so much joy and passion. I know she will be that teacher. Every student holds a special place in their heart, just like we as parents do. Teachers like Jamie are few and far between. She has gone to all of your paid-for workshops and volunteer where needed to show her commitment as an educator and SMM-USD teacher. This is not just about fighting for our teachers. This is about fighting for the right of the academic future and education for these children. I'm a new parent at MESS, so I cannot speak for the glory days that once lived. I can solely speak for the glory days that will need to exist as MESS and our community. I have voiced my concerns to you all once before. My family is the minority in this community, and I want to see all walks of life have the privilege and opportunity to attend our schools. I could read between the if you remove
time is up.
Teachers and combine several class sizes and max out class sizes. We then leave these permanent kids out in the cold. Do not combine class sizes and do not maximize these classes. This is an injustice to these teachers and these students. We are not educators. We are their
Thank you for your comments. After we do Rebecca Haggerty and Joan Krennick, Jackie Stansberry has emailed us and says she just couldn't get her voice to be heard. So let's have her after those next two speakers.
Thank you. I'm Rebecca Haggerty. Can you hear me? Thank you. My name is Rebecca Haggerty. I live in Santa Monica and I'm the parent of 2 kids in Santa Monica schools. My kids have had wonderful teachers and benefited from counselors, speech pathologists, and other personnel directly related to the classroom. I have also voted for every single measure, and there have been so many, right, to raise funds for the school. So I'm coming tonight with a simple comment, and that is please do not fire or reduce teachers, literacy coaches, counselors, speech pathologists, community liaison, or any other positions with direct impact on the classroom. This is the wrong time to lay off classroom personnel. In the wake of COVID-19, classrooms will have to change, probably smaller class sizes, reduced schedule. We cannot afford to have fewer people in the classroom. People move to Santa Monica because of the strength of the schools, right? There will continue to be declining enrollment if the education suffers, and education will suffer without teachers and others in the classroom. Our community relies on this. I would urge the board, do not eliminate these positions. Many speakers have brought up other choices. There are other choices to make to reduce funding. Some of those include restoring Head Start, right? Using federal funding and taking the district out of funding pre-K. Some of them include eliminating non-essential district consultants and saving money there, not investing in additional ed tech, perhaps increasing the number of students who come in from outside the district, reducing capital spending. I don't understand, if we have a declining enrollment and people have known about that for years, why the district embarked on huge, expensive capital improvement projects. Looking at under-enrolled schools and campuses, and the suggestion made by Emily Arms, who I believe was misidentified, that the administration look at taking a serious pay cut, as have many other people.
Time's up.
I will close by repeating, as a parent and resident, I implore you, do not fire teachers, literacy coaches, counselors, community liaisons, or any other positions with a direct impact on the classroom. Thank you.
Joan Krennick and then Jackie Stansberry.
Hi, my name is Joan Krennick. I'm the Executive Vice President of the Sam High PTSA. I'm on several district committees, and I've been a long-time active district parent. It's hard to believe that just over 2 months ago, I left the Samuel High Theater Tech rehearsal to attend the school board meeting about the proposed staffing cuts. Since then, we were fortunate to have a hugely successful showing of Addams Family, and then just a week later, be thrown into chaos and stay at home. It's hard to fathom the changes that have occurred during this brief time, and hard to picture the changes we will likely have to face us in the future. It's an overused statement, but we're in unprecedented times, which may require unprecedented action. I'm conflicted because of the many committees I've been on. I'm aware of the financial situation of the district, and I agree with Claudia Seizer that we need to do whatever we can to do more to educate our parents about where we are standing. We were already facing significant budget cuts and difficult decisions due to the unanticipated financial impact of basic aid, becoming basic aid, the through-the-roof increases in benefits costs, and the costs related to the lawsuit and subsequent additional expenses to the district, among many other things. Now we are likely facing the loss of local revenues. The timing couldn't be worse. We know you have to make tough decisions, and we know you cannot kick the can down the road given that LACO has mandated cuts be made. But please, please do whatever you can to limit the impact on our students. Focus on keeping the cuts as far from the classroom as possible. Everyone has said this very eloquently tonight, and I can't really say enough, but our teachers are the heart and soul of this district. Let's look for creative solutions. Difficult times are ahead. They've just started, and we need to support our students and our teachers. So I urge you to do whatever possible, but I also recognize you're in a bad position. So good luck.
Thank you. Jackie Stansberry, Seth Jacobson, and then Sarah Ryan.
Hi. Okay, hopefully you can hear me now. Can everybody hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear. It's not a great connection, Jackie, but
I'm speaking on behalf of two teachers, Kat Valentina. Okay, thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of two teachers, Kat Valentina Merlot and Jason Batung. I also have a general comment. The immersion department at Samuel High cannot afford to lose Valentina Merlot. She is an integral part of our program whose skill set is irreplaceable. Teaching immersion is a highly specialized endeavor, and there is no teacher currently at Samuel High who can replicate the work of Ms. Valentina Merlot. Immersion is one of our district's great programs and should always remain a budget priority. So I just want to underscore that in terms of all the budget issues that you're thinking about, immersion should remain a priority. And then regarding Jason Baton, on Tuesday, March 17th, my daughter received an assignment from her yoga instructor. She asked to borrow my yoga mat. 2 months later, the mat has not been returned. Thanks to the wise and calming influence of JB, as the kids like to call him, Juliet has maintained a daily physical fitness program with no prompting from me. My son, who graduated 3 years ago, maintains that yoga was one of the best classes he had at Samuel High. JB's class
time is up.
is physically demanding, but also provides our students an opportunity to relax and center themselves. We're now living in a time of pandemic, and none of us knows yet what the new normal will be. Maybe we will go back to school. Maybe we won't. Most likely we do go back to school, but sports involving physical contact will no longer be encouraged. Yoga is a rigorous physical activity which can be safely practiced with social distancing at school and is also uniquely suited to asynchronous learning at home. As our district prepares and plans for the next wave of 19, it only makes sense to incorporate JB's yoga program. And finally, I would like to say that I do concur with all the points regarding Measure R that were outlined in Laura Simon Ford and Nikki Herhoff's letter.
Thank you. I think your time is up, Ms. Stansberry. That takes us to Seth Jacobson, Sarah Ryan, and then Mel Pride.
Board members, I'm talking to you today as a parent and also as a member of the Financial Oversight Committee. I'm certainly interested to hear about this. Hello?
Stopped.
Hello?
We
Am
can
I on?
somebody else
Should I
went
continue?
live. We'll figure it out.
Okay, I'm certainly interested to hear about what Superintendent Drotty's recommendations are going to be, but I'm concerned at the perceived lack of urgency and the communication of his plan. While well-intentioned, frankly, the proposed realignment I see as trying to balance the budget on the backs of the teachers. I believe relying on realignment is a narrow and ultimately unsustainable approach. Letting highly respected teachers go will only exacerbate the hyper decline in enrollment that we're seeing in Malibu and in Santa Monica. As you've heard from passionate teachers, this is a defining moment to keep exceptional educators. As a member of the Malibu member of the Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee, as well, I and my fellow colleagues have seen very unclear direction and a path on the SBCA process. So as a group, we've laid out several tenets that I'd like to share with you. First and foremost, all avenues should be taken to maintain staffing levels. 2, the board should put an immediate moratorium on all outside contracts and specialized programming. 3, all legal efforts should be focused on delaying litigation, settlement, and mediation instead of legal retainers. This is a time to show leadership, and the superintendent and cabinet should agree to a short-term pay reduction. As I have done with my business, I've reduced my salary completely to maintain my staff. Lastly, board members, you have the FOC as a resource. I want you to know we're here. We have the capacity and talent to find innovative solutions. It's a critical time. As everyone has said, and I agree wholeheartedly, use us. We can help you. We can jump in the next 30 days to find solutions. Appreciate your time and look forward to hearing more next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Ryan, Mel Pride, and Roberta Brown.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't know I unmuted myself. Good evening. My name is Sarah Ryan, and I have been a teacher in this district for 20 years. My husband has taught history at Malibu High for 15 years, and my daughter is a kindergartner at Malibu Elementary School. We believe in the strength of Malibu's community, and we believe that we can survive this unprecedented crisis, but not without your help. When our Cabrillo and Point Dume elementary schools merged this year, we were told that that would result in smaller class sizes. We were assured that no teachers would be lost and that no classes would be split. And yet we have learned that in the coming year, the district plans to nearly maximize class sizes, split at least one class, and has pink slipped 2 beloved teachers at Malibu Elementary. As a community, we have survived PCBs, the Woolsey fire, displacement, and now along with the rest of the country, we are fighting to survive a pandemic. We should not at this moment be fighting for our teachers' jobs and our children's educations as well. It seems that when things got tough, your first instinct was to cut those who are the weakest, permitted students and teachers. These choices will quite frankly sound the death knell for Malibu schools. Under these conditions, families new to the system will choose to enroll their children elsewhere. We simply cannot afford to lose a single student as we are still recovering from the fire. Many families have not moved back yet as they have not been given permits to rebuild. Furthermore, maxed out classes due to the pink slipping will mean that children who are seeking permits and whose parents wish to enroll them might find no room. Malibu is not the same as Santa Monica. Santa Monica did not have half the teachers of an elementary school lose their homes, or have 25% of kids from my daughter's elementary school lose their homes and become homeless. 500 houses in Malibu were burned, leaving people displaced. Please understand these differences and give us a chance to rebuild our school populations. I'm asking you that you rescind the pink slips that Ms. Hammock and Ms. Harradine have received. This not only would retain their excellent teaching, but also reduce the high class sizes, which is something we were promised when the merger was being proposed and sold to the public. In this moment of crisis for our society and our children, we need more educators and more support, not fewer and not less. We need your compassion and your help. Thank you so much for your hard work, consideration, and support of our community's families.
Thank you. Where was I? Mel Pride, Roberta Brown, Ann Hoover, Nancy Levy.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent Andrade. I have a son. He is currently a junior at Samuel High School. And from what I understand, like several of our teachers that have given so much to this school and to our students, received pink slips right before the pandemic. I'm asking that you rescind those. I also was made aware that we're also losing, we're in the possibility of losing our football coach. These kids rely on that. Board member Oscar, I did this same speech like 6 years ago for the CREST program. And out of all the board members at that time, you were the only one that came out to the actual sites to see what these teachers did and how important it was to us parents. And so I'm asking you to use that heart that you had then and think about these teachers now. We all know that next year, when we do go back to school, that we will have smaller class sizes. So how do you guys plan to handle that with less teachers? Like you guys keep saying, our kids are what matters. Our kids are why you guys all sit on this board. And so I'm asking you to please rethink this and figure out a different way to get this money to keep our teachers. Dr. Andrade, you are the leader of this. And so I'm asking you to please, please find other ways. Our kids need these teachers. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Roberta Brown, Ann Hoover, Nancy Levy, and then we had a late chit from Janet Hinesley. I'm probably not pronouncing that correctly. Anyway, she will have 1 minute. The others, the remaining, have 2.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry about that. I'm Roberta Brown. I've been an involved stakeholder in the district for over 20 years. And every time we face budget challenges, the cuts seem to end up being proposed to the most valuable part of our system, which is our teachers. Nothing else is as important as our teachers. They don't need a resolution to honor them with several whereases. They need their jobs. And we need them. I love innovative project-based learning options and pep rallies and the acoustics of Barnum Hall, but none of it means anything without excellent teachers. Eliminating teachers impact class sizes, which we know always negatively impacts the learning experience, but now incredibly more than ever, when every district in the country needs to assess ways to achieve learning in a whole new way, we need to somehow prepare for social distancing on our campuses, which presumably means achieving smaller class sizes, split schedules, other creative solutions. This is not the time to lay off the people that we need to help us create incredibly life-saving solutions. We need our teachers on hand to come up with the best classroom solutions to set our kids up for academic success going into the unknown of the next school year. And as far as this process of issuing pink slips and then rescinding them, I've seen this heart-wrenching process repeat itself over the years. We lay off highly skilled teachers only to have them get picked up by the neighboring school district. They don't just sit there and wait to see if we really mean it. The immersion program has lost teachers this way before. They're very, very hard to replace, the very highly skilled people like Ms. Valentiner. And then we find the funding again and they're gone. Every parent I've spoken to has passionate tales about a teacher on the layoff list. I wish I could name several, but I know I don't have time. Our teachers should not be what's cut when money gets tight. If we do that, where do we find the next generation of teachers? These cuts are disastrously short-sighted. We should look at less essential items in the budget and make cuts that would better represent the priorities and the ideals of our community. Cutting teachers does not. You certainly have seen that from all of the taxpayers and voters that have been speaking tonight. And I would also like to say my son, who's been watching over my shoulder, is in band, and he says that band teachers are more important than band curtains.
Thank you. Ann Hoover, Nancy Levy, and then our final speaker is Janet Hinesley.
Hi, my name's Ann Hoover. You've already heard from me tonight, so I just want to say I second all of the comments, all the thoughtful comments that everyone has made on this item. I want to thank you for the time and thought and heart that you put into making them. Please, the classroom is the absolute last place, as we know, where cuts should be made. We should look everywhere else first. Please save every pink slip teacher. And I just particularly hope you'll save my son's math teacher, Mr. Kevin Shipley. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Nancy Levy, where are you? I can't see you, but I assume you're here. And then Janet.
I'm here, yeah. Good evening. Happy Teacher Appreciation Week. Seems a little absurd that I'm a teacher fighting the school boards to keep our teachers. Please rescind the pink slips. This is not the time to raise our class size to the maximum allowable. You fill up our classes and you cap our ability to grow. After 2 years of constant disaster and loss, of course, our numbers, our fundraising is down. You will drive the dagger deeper by cutting our talented new kindergarten teacher. Keep the cuts away from the teachers. A school's mission is the children. Your actions are hurting our youngest and most vulnerable children. As Oscar said, revisit the contractors, close the PBL school. There are so many other ways. And I mean, I'm good friends with Isaac, but do we need a pathway director or do we need our teachers? We need to cut at the administrative level and we need to keep our talented teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Janet, maybe you can pronounce your last name for us properly because I'm not sure I did.
Hi, it's Janet Hinesley.
Oh, I wasn't that far off. Thank you.
You're pretty close. Thank you. Yeah, I don't ever really come out and talk at these events. I did it once before when we were fighting for central funding and Santa Monica Malibu Education Foundation. It's something I feel very strongly about. My son is a 9th grader at SAMO. My daughter is a 5th grader at Will Rogers. On the back to school night, my first experience as a Samo High parent, I wrote on Facebook, Santa Monica High School page, how impressed I was with each and every one of the teachers, and no wonder my son loved going to school there. I especially remember being touched by Mr. Lucas Capra and Mr. Justin Ross, who have turned out to be two of the most influential and amazing teachers that my son has had in his 10 years at Santa Monica schools. They are inspiring, engaging, encouraging. They connect with the kids in a way that you can't teach. You cannot teach people. You can't teach teachers to connect with kids that way. They do or they don't. And these two teachers, and I'm sure many of the others whose fears may be pink slipping in the next few days, you can't teach it. Please keep these teachers.
Speaker's time is up.
Thank you. I mean, that's it. I'm just here to tell you that we have a great district. The teachers are the heart and soul. We have to do everything we can to keep these teachers on that are really inspiring our kids. That's what it's all about. It's not about how great this building is or that building.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you to all our speakers for speaking so passionately and eloquently about the situation that we're facing. The job before us tonight is, again, to have this discussion. We will not be voting on this tonight because of the late arrival of the resolution from the administrative law judge. So what I would like to do, I think every board member here would like to speak to this to some degree. So I've just written out an alphabetical list, and I'm going to go through it. And if you'd like to speak, then please speak. If you would like to not, then don't. But I think everybody has something to say on this topic. So I'll start with our representative from Olympic, with Ashlyn, if she's still with us. Okay, I will assume that Ashlyn had to go do something else. I will then turn to Board Member Foster, if he is prepared to speak to this.
Yeah, I'm, so I think the first thing to say is I need to echo the comments of some of my friends from Malibu. One of the things that maybe even some board members might not appreciate, because we don't split our numbers based on city, and certainly I think a lot of the people who are listening are unaware of this, but we're in the middle of a huge secular disenrollment in Malibu. In the last less than a decade, we have 35% less students than we had less than 10 years ago. So imagine if Samo High had lost 1,000 students over the last 8 years or 7 years. As we lose students, we lose staff. As we lose staff, we lose programs. The district has tried really hard to resist that with staffing. But in this year of budget crisis, the rigor has been reinserted in that in a way that's certainly, we heard, problematic at Malibu Elementary, with a number of teachers being lost. Those teachers are being lost because the enrollment is being lost. And I would ask my fellow board members and the indulgence of the people in the audience, we have a serious crisis in Malibu, that as we lose resources, we continue to lose students. And as we lose students, the funding formulas of the district mean we lose teachers, and we're in a really frightening cycle. As we get to smaller schools, we've already closed one school in Malibu. Do we close another? And we're running out of schools to close. Where do Malibu's kids go to public school if we don't arrest this cycle? So one of the things that I'm asking your indulgence for is, as we move forward with this today, tomorrow, and this is going to be a 2-year process of talking about budget, we have to have as a strategic priority the preservation, and I picked that word very deliberately, the preservation of our public schools in Malibu and beyond. And the only way to preserve them is to support them and to move them in the right direction. And that involves programs. It involves outreach to make sure those permit students that got lost or confused during our discussions on permits are brought back. It involves figuring out where those kids have gone and trying to persuade them back. And it involves doing everything in our power to make sure that we're not cutting key programs and we're not losing key teachers. So having said that, I then need to pivot to the broader community. And the real killer for me here is that absolutely nobody on the school board wants to put these cuts into the classroom. Everybody, nobody got on this school board to cut funds to classrooms, to cut teachers. And the perfect irony of this is these cuts that we're talking about aren't even part of our overall budget scenario. This is an annual cut that is made in response to changes in enrollment. And so there is an entire process that Ben's working on that involves everything from reimagining the district office and restructuring it, to looking at every facility, to looking at how we provide things, at how we work with consultants. Much or maybe all of what the speakers have talked to so intelligently tonight is out there in district conversations and in what is literally a 2-year budget cutting cycle driven by, frankly, exactly the sort of thing you're asking us to do tonight, which is when we lose enrollment, we keep teachers. I mean, that's how you get to 10% up in teachers and 3% down in students. So there will be a multi-year process, multi being this year and next year, to work through how we balance our budget. And if we don't balance our budget, make no mistake, somebody else will come in and balance it for us. We are out of room to say we love our teachers, we're just going to keep them, because when we have less money than we have expenses, they will come take our toys away and somebody else will do it for us. So we as a community need to work together to understand what our priorities are, to understand how we're going to make these cuts, where we can make these cuts. And it's a much, much bigger question than this. In fact, it's a different question than this, because there's no increase in class size going on. This is literally, these cuts we're talking about right now are literally a formula the district has that says you got Y kids, you get X teachers. And that's all that's going on here. And it's awful. And this system is heartbreaking because it has no intelligence. You put your number of cuts into a formula, you turn the handle, and out come names. And they may not be the names you wanted if you had a choice, but there is no choice. So, you know, we are all going to have to work really hard together to make our schools great and greater going through this. I believe that we can do better things coming out. I think there are things we can do smarter. I think there are things we can do to focus. We can make no mistake, there's gonna have to be cuts, and there is no other place to cut than people. We spend 80 to 90% of our money on people. The classroom is the last place any of us want to cut, and we're gonna just have to work together to get through this, because there is no choice. And we are funded much, 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 much better between our generous local communities and the fact that we are lucky enough to be a basic aid district where we receive significantly more money than 90+% of the schools in the state receive. We are generously funded relative to other school districts. This is a crisis at the state level. It's a crisis at the country level of public education. And every time things get tight, we get into this crisis of, don't we care about our kids? And of course we care about our kids. Nobody would be crazy enough to be on a school board if they didn't love those kids. So, you know, let's work through this. The district's got to do a much better job of communicating what we're seeing, what we're doing, why we're doing it. We got to hold hands and figure this out together. There is no ignoring this problem. There is only getting through it as smart, as wisely, and as together as we can. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Craig. I appreciate that. everything you said, especially leading off for us, which leads us to Kimya, if she's still with us. I didn't see her, but that doesn't mean she's not online with us still. Kimya?
She has to step back, but she'll be back.
Okay, so tell you what, Mia, if you can like communicate with her, just let me know when she's back. So then it goes to Lori and then Maria. Sorry, Lori and Mia, then Maria.
Okay. It's hard to know where to start here, but I'll try to echo some of what Craig said. Look, this is very painful for all of us. Nobody, as Craig said, got on a board so that they could lay off teachers. And believe me, watching the Santa Monica City Council last night, nobody ran for city council to lay off 400 people. This is a very, very difficult time, and we were challenged before the coronavirus hit, and now things are going to get worse, and we don't even know the magnitude yet. The state has taken I don't know, I can't remember the number, a very large, in the billions and billions of dollars hit, and school districts are going to feel some of that, since education is one of the biggest responsibilities of the state to fund. And I share so many of the feelings that people have expressed, students, parents, teachers, about the importance of what teachers represent, the importance of connection, what they can mean in the individual and collective lives of students. I feel that deeply, and I think we all do. And I hate to do this, but I can't do it nearly as well as he does, but I've taken to watching Andrew Cuomo every morning because he's sort of the president now, at least for some of us. And one of the things he says over and over again in different ways, but this morning he said it again, was that we've got to be aware of the facts and the data, and we've got to separate that from emotions. And he also said from politics, but I don't think politics are what's at issue here at all on anybody's parts. I think I heard a lot of things tonight that were, I'm sure, unintentional, but that reflect a number of misunderstandings, I think, that people have about what we have available to us to stem deficits. First of all, we have a finite budget and we're losing a lot of the revenues. I'm not going to repeat everything that Dr. Drotti went through earlier, but we are losing a lot of money that we count on regularly. And so next year, the problem is going to be worse than it is now. And so I just want to put that out there because I think it's only honest and people need to know that. What Dr. Kelly explained about the reason for these layoffs, this is something that the district does, and all districts do every year. They have to align their budgets because they have finite revenues to their enrollments. And those ratios are embodied in the contracts with our teachers union. We'd all love to have the money to have smaller and smaller class sizes, but we don't. And we are not exceeding the contractual obligations for class size in looking at any of this, so everyone should be aware of that. We are not, we do not believe that whatever ends up, and I hope it ends up in as few layoffs as possible in the end, but we are not looking to diminish the quality of our district and of the offerings that we've been able to make throughout the years. I want to make a really important point about the comments that people have made about we don't need flashy buildings. We'd be better off with teachers in unflashy buildings. That's a bad paraphrase, but I agree with that sentiment. What people need to understand is that capital monies, which are the monies that we get raised from bond measures, we are not allowed to use those for operating expenses. They can't be used to pay teachers, administrators, custodians, bus drivers, they only can be allocated for physical projects. And so that's why we are fortunate. In better times, it would feel good to be building those buildings, but now it feels sort of like a slap in the face. But that's not what it is, and that's not why it is, and that's not what underlies any of that. Believe me, if we had a way to take money from bond measures and put it into our operating budget, we would do it. A couple more things. Declining enrollment. There was an implication that people were leaving our schools because the quality might not be as good as it once was. I don't think that's true at all. I mean, it's not what I think. It's back to what the facts are. The demographic trends, which you can find in studies, have been for years projecting declining enrollments, and that's why we're experiencing it everywhere. Unfortunately, Malibu is hit even harder then, because there were already demographic trends that were pushing the enrollment down, and then they had the fire. And I'm sure that there are people who have not even been able to move back in, who may never move back in. I mean, Malibu's been devastated by a variety of things, by more than Santa Monica in that sense. But again, the declining enrollment is not because of declining quality. And then the final thing I would say about permits is that, especially in Malibu, we've recognized the importance of them to keep sustaining enrollment, but everyone needs to understand that we don't get any money when we bring in children, allow people in from outside of the district. Their families are not paying any taxes. It's not their fault, but the way things work, we're not getting any money to pay for those additional students. So, you know, there are more things I could say. I feel like it's really important that we all try really hard to experience our feelings, to share them, but to also really try to make an effort to understand the facts and the data and why we're in the position we are and why we're stuck with making horrific decisions that none of us want to make. So I think I'll leave it at that for now.
Great, thank you, Lori. And I think I screwed up my alphabetizing. We have Maria and then Mia speaking. Sorry, Mia.
No, I was actually going to say the same thing. Maria, technically, alphabetically speaking, comes before.
Yeah,
me.
well, that's if you're choosing to alphabetize the correct way.
Oh,
Go
okay, I
ahead.
see.
Mia can go on. Mia can go on. I don't care.
Go ahead, Maria, you're up.
What I have to say is really quick. I'd first like to second all that was said by the community members, parents, teachers, and students alike. I personally by no means know how to effectively keep the budget balanced while also keeping the cuts away from the classroom, but I do undeniably know that cutting teachers is the most ineffective way to cut the budget. Not only do I echo the shared concerns that teachers are the heart and soul of every district's operation, but as a student, I can confirm that very notion. I think it's important that we find an alternative, and I don't know how, but I do think that that is the best way to proceed on all fronts. That's it.
Thank you, Mia. And then now we'll alphabetize correctly back to Maria.
Hi. Well, good evening. I just wanted to start to kind of give praise to all the teachers, Feliz Dia del Maestro that's coming up, and teacher appreciation. Because I know the hard work that all of you have. I've been on this board for many years and been in these positions before, where I think at this point, the number of layoffs weren't as great as I think some almost, over 10 years ago when I was, I think 2008, when I was the president of the board, and we had many more layoffs than this. But I think that there's processes I'm hoping that are in place. And I know that Dr. Dradi is going to be looking at the budget again to see how we can hopefully relook to see if any of the positions can be salvaged. One of the key things, though, that we have to understand that this is just now. This is just to be able for us to balance the budget and to end 2019-20. As we look at 2021 and with the pandemic, and I think that the less money, and from what I've been hearing,
from the state, from Governor Newsom's, declaration this morning. The fact that we are a basic aid, I've heard some talk of that money, that our basic aid position being pulled and us going back to ADA and losing some of that money. I mean, there's just money being actually used to keep people alive and being fed, and for those that have lost their jobs. So a lot of us in education are going to, feel the hit, which means that we have to all kind of, in a sense, instead of working against each other right now, working together for the future, because we're going to be called be put on that position probably in the middle of the summer or the fall as the budget's clear and figuring out what our money reductions are going to be from the city and from the state, that we might find ourselves even with a leaner budget and having to look at many more positions that we're looking now in terms of the teachers, which is a hard place to be at. But in terms of how schools will look like when we reopen are not going to be the same as they were before. And the statements that I heard this evening from parents that think you're going to need more teachers to be able to offer small class size, well, I don't think that's the approach that many of the school districts are going to go to in terms of, hiring more teachers, because we're going to need to double up in the course classes because we can't have 35 kids in a classroom where we can't have 20. But I think we're going to have to be creative in terms of how we can use our teacher force to be able to accommodate everybody with the less money that's coming in. And so we're just all going to have to put the thinking caps on to figure how we're all going to support each other. Just one of the key things that I know that this evening, and I agree with, the statements made by Lori and Craig, but I think that, like, again, I reiterate that I think the fact that I think there's a lot of misunderstandings in terms of how this budget operates, and people thinking that because we have, this, I think Dr. Dradi went over the certain amount of monies that we received from the MOU from the city and the monies that we received from Y and GHS. That might be true again to end 1920 year, but those monies are not the same amount of numbers that he showed us, which is what the city of Santa Monica has been contributing is not going to be existent again, not for the 2021 year. So I mean, we're looking at some serious financial situations. Just that like many of us saw the city council made the cutbacks in the positions, not people but positions. I'm hoping that that we can be creative in this in this district to see how we look at it in the future. But for me, I mean, I think let's wait to see. That's why I asked Dr. Kelly the question in terms of, after he looks at the decision from the administrative law judge and figuring out where we are in that respect and how he's going to reconfigure the positions, that maybe there's something there that we will come back, and hopefully there's something there that will curtail the number that we're looking in terms of layoffs. I'm hoping for like a Hail Mary at this point, like in football, that we can have something that will get us out of this situation. But like I said, it'll only be for temporarily for the 1920 year, but it's not going to look very nice as we look at the budget for 2021. It really isn't. So I think we all, in a sense, have to curtail in terms of the accusations that are being made to us that we've been misspending, that we haven't been investing our money properly. But in the end result, I think all of us that are here on the board, we're here to be able to provide the best educational program for every one of our students, and everybody's different. So, and every student and parent, I mean, their expectations for their own child is going to be different. So for me, it's like, please have the patience with us and work with us and figuring how we can best resolve the issues that are not just present now, but will be coming in the next couple of months. And one of the key things is, let me do a shout out, because I know you mentioned Lucas Capra. And I remember you, Lucas, when before you decided to go back to school and get your credentials to come back. And those are the key people, students that we produce in this community. Someone who was able to, right from high school, get a good job and worked. He was there in the film program, and he developed and worked with my daughter when she was in the film program there. And he comes back, decided to go back to school to go get his education, and came back. And he's one of our great teachers that we have, him and others that have done that. And for me, I mean, that's key. How do we keep those same teachers? But I think we need to work with our unions in this situation, with SEIU, with CTA, and figure how we're going to make things work in benefit for not just only for the work for the teachers and the staff, but also for students and the families in this community. So I'm willing to, like they say, roll up my sleeves and figuring this piece out. And hopefully, I'm hoping that we're going to have hopefully better word come our meeting on Tuesday to move forward in this discussion and the vote. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Maria. We'll have Oscar, Ralph, then Richard.
Oh, wait, could I also say something as well?
Where did that come from? Is that Kimya that came back?
It is.
Oh, hey, Kimya. Yep, Kimya.
Yeah?
You can go before me.
Yeah. Kimya, Oscar, Ralph, Richard.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Sorry, I had to step away for a minute, but I just really want to reiterate this one point. I just want to echo this point again that's been made time and time again. Teachers are absolutely integral to the value of our school. They represent the absolute heart and soul of Malibu High School and of schools everywhere. And so please, I would just like to emphasize, keep these cuts as far away from them as possible. I understand that it's definitely difficult, but we need them more than anything. That's all I really have to say, but thanks.
Thank you, Kimya. So now, Oscar.
Yes. First of all, I want to thank everyone, all the parents and all the teachers and the students who spoke up in defending teachers. I mean, it's the Teacher Appreciation Week, and it was a strong irony to see on the agenda that we're passing a resolution, to acknowledge Teacher Appreciation Week, and right after that resolution, we would be voting on layoffs. And so I'm glad that we're postponing that vote to next week, but we're still going to have, those hard choices to make. And what's really hard is also that we're not seeing a comprehensive plan, because as we've heard before, many of these cuts are about aligning, the student enrollment, with our staffing patterns. But I think we should look at more of a comprehensive plan. And I think the superintendent will come back on May 21st, looking at other, revenue enhancements, where we might be able to have some savings, because of the pandemic, or where we might be creative to increase revenue. One thing I want to advocate for is looking into developer fees. Just like Measure R and parcel taxes brings in revenue, there's also an opportunity for school districts to increase those developer fees. And I think that might be a good way to look at it. Also, our lease and rentals, we have properties that we lease and we rent out. If there's an opportunity to increase those revenues, and bring those up to the modern or the market rate, I think it's also real important for us to do that, because ultimately what we need to do is save teacher positions. I think that's the most powerful thing that public education does, is to provide quality instruction, and quality teachers in the classroom. That's really the most powerful thing that we do. And that being said, there are other services that are provided, the literacy coaches, and the speech language pathologists, and there's numerous positions that are also being cut back. And so we should when we talk about making those cuts as far away from the classroom as possible, it should include those positions as well, because not all cuts are equal. Some schools and some students are going to feel it more than others because of the inequalities that exist in our society. So we should really be guided by the principles of equity and really understand, when we make these cuts, what impact will it have on programs, that are successful in our school district. We heard about the immersion program, for example. It's very troubling, to hear that a teacher at Santa Monica High, who's one of 2 social science teachers, is is currently with a pink slip and a layoff notice. And what other programs will these cuts have a detrimental impact on? Special education or English language learners. Those students that are most vulnerable in our school district, it won't be good, to have these types of cuts. The pandemic and distance learning has already, exposed some of the great inequalities we have, and the students that were struggling before COVID-19 are going to struggle even more through distance learning. We need to have those types of support services for those students that, to this point, we haven't really have a clear view of who is not as engaged as in the past. And the next item we're going to talk about is grading, and there's a lot of inequalities there, just even in how we, structure our grading method. So that being said, students with great needs need to have those services in the classroom. We should not be cutting any teachers, and I want us to really have a comprehensive plan to look at revenue enhancements, but also where else can we make cuts. Members of the public talked about, a give back. I know that some staff members in the city of Santa Monica made a reduction, in their salaries. I think that's courageous, and we should look into that. But we should also look at the consultant fees and any other areas, that we might be able to make some reductions to save these teachers, to save these students services that they need. That's pretty much it. I also want to say that the number was, I think, about 46 teachers that had received pink slips and layoff notices. And now what we're hearing is that we're looking at a number of 13 to 15. So that is a lot of improvement there. I'd like it to get to 0 by us being creative, looking at the revenue enhancement strategies, developer fees, and so forth, but also looking at ways that we can make some cuts as far away from the classroom as possible. And I thank you all for your input today.
Thank you, Oscar. Ralph and then Richard.
Unmute. Okay. Thank you all. There's still 146 people in this meeting, just so if people are listening elsewhere. So that it's really a testament to the commitment of everybody to, having this discussion. I mean, the first, really, I think I want to say, and I'll try to be brief, is, we're in singular times. It's unstructured at this point. And so, we have to be real careful as we move forward, the decisions we make, because we're going to be making more decisions as we figure out what the future looks like. We may bend back, to a system that's similar to where we are, and we may not, over a longer period of time. But we don't know what the next school year, starting July 1st, let's say, that's when our year ends and starts, what it's going to look like. And so we don't, it's doubtful that we're going to look exactly like we looked 3 months ago. I mean, I don't think anybody is going to bet on that. And so we don't know where we're going to be, where we are going to be. If we're still going to, everybody be home and working, if we're going to have a modified system, a hybrid system, and we're going to have to be careful of how that works, because there are limits to our financial capacity. I mean, as Oscar said, I think, as we've all said, the process that we're in, where we are in the process, which I think is important to remember, is that certain decisions, if they are to be made about letting people go, ending their employment, have to be made by certain dates. So we're in a situation where we have to make some decisions. But they're not necessarily the final decisions. Anytime after, if let's say the decision's made on Monday, anytime moving forward, the next day through the beginning of the school year, those changes can be rescinded if those people still want those positions. I would prefer, particularly given the singularity that we're in, that there be few changes as possible, because we want stability, we want comfort, We want to know that things are going to be a certain way. Again, we're talking about people, but we don't really know what that, even with the future in August, September is going to look like, but we could know who the people are. And I think that's, that is important. So if we've worked down from a number close to 50 of pink slips and we're below 20, and I'm hopeful, by Monday, that number will be below 10. And then our job is to figure out how we can drop that number, even to zero. There's all wonderful people out there. And the superintendent and senior staff have been working diligently on the other piece of this, which we don't see tonight, but which we will be seeing real soon, is what that actual budget looks like for next year and then the year after. And it has been said that we're, in a much better position than most other districts are going to be in because of the nature of our funding compared to other, most other districts. This year, as there's the change in the money that we get through the use tax from the city of Santa Monica, and if there's a change a year from now, it won't occur now, in assessment values and the property taxes we get back through our community, a year from now, this conversation could be a lot more brutal. I mean, we can look at small things to enhance revenue. I mean, we have developer fees. We know what they are. They're going to shrink because there's most likely going to be less development. Our lease rentals are most likely going to shrink because we're not going to be renting out a lot of our facilities to larger groups. So the true answer is larger government funding. The state's is going to have a $50 billion deficit. I don't know what they can do, for districts. The federal government could do a lot. They would have to change their priorities, which I think most of us, favor. What if our priorities are housing and jobs and education? Well, a large portion of the federal budget doesn't go there. So if there were a 10% change in the military budget, that would provide incredible funds to help us be reorganized and do all this. We can't solve this long-term, situation, by ourselves. I think that's what the city of Santa Monica, in my estimate, is partially learned, is you can only sort of go so far, on your own. And we've hit that point. We have to say we need help. For folks who are looking at our budgets and all, I'm going to say it again. I know some of you don't agree. Great, help if you can find stuff in Prop R or other parts of our budget where we can make changes that are helpful in this situation. That's great, but we surely haven't been slumming $6 million. That money has gone to teachers' salaries. If 85% of our budget goes to personnel, then that 85% of it, has to have gone to personnel. It isn't in secret programs or anything like that. So, we need to get through this. We need to make our focus on understanding where we can make change to bring people back. And, we have to get through this step and then go through the budget process for that's going to be over the next 2 years. The superintendent will be bringing to the board and the community, thoughts on the changes we have to make. So this is short term, but it's a longer term issue that's going to take some structural changes, for us to be the district we want to be and provide for, our students in the way we want and have healthy communities.
Great. Thank you, Ralph. Richard.
Thank you, John. Thank you. First, I too want to thank all of the persons who came and spoke to us tonight and have hung out in this virtual meeting and the meeting that we're having online. So thank you very much. I'm a classroom teacher and everyone on the school board is an educator. And so I just want to echo what my peers have said. I want to say to my peers, right, that none of us are on this board to do this work, right, to lay folks off. So I just wanted to echo that and to say that I think that the work that Dr. Dradi has been doing and leading us toward has been comprehensive and has been with an eye to stay as close to our values, and of course to keep these reductions away from the classroom. I really appreciated Lori's pointing out, and I think we have to repeat and repeat and repeat so that we can continue to communicate with our community the various components of the kind of overarching questions that we're going to be dealing with pertaining to the current state of affairs, the one, yes, the economic and the fiscal one, the health, but then also, as Oscar alluded to, and we're going to be talking about in a moment after this item, to questions about social justice and equity in our classrooms and what our classrooms look like moving forward in the midst of this pandemic. I guess what I would like to say, and echoing Lori's comments, is that we didn't have the retirements this year. This is a regular process that we engage in and year out to align with enrollment patterns. And that doesn't mean I'm negating the seriousness of what's before our board, and most certainly paying close attention to what Craig said earlier about the needs of the students in Malibu. I really appreciated hearing the students come out and speak for teachers. I really appreciated I think the one young woman who was cheering on, I think it was her sister, and she felt like she had to apologize to us for cheering her sister. And I thought, you do not need to apologize for that, not at all. So everyone on this board is an educator, and everybody here is committed to teachers. And I just want to say that everybody on this board is also committed to labor and supporting teachers as workers, and more than just workers, but I think many of the students and some of the parents who spoke on behalf of teachers called them heroes, sheroes, and just persons who really are the glue that keep the schools together. We care so much about teachers that, you know, it was this board's leading in addressing healthcare for the teachers, and it was this board who increased salaries just recently, because we know our teachers are the finest. We know that the teachers are the glue, as I just said. So I guess what we have to remember is that this is a piece, I think really nicely articulated by Dr. Kelly at the start, before the public speakers. And we're going to come back here on Tuesday and consider adopting the report from the administrative law judge, and essentially then giving Dr. Dradi and his team the authority that they need to see to a conclusion, a culmination of this process that we started back in March. I have the utmost confidence in Dr. Dradi and his team that they have heard the community, they know this board, they heard what Ralph just said. We do not want to be reducing teachers. These are going to be difficult decisions. I also just wanted to say that the Superintendent's Advisory Budget Committee is something that all of us should be keeping our eyes on and be thinking about this comprehensive plan that Dr. Dradi has put before this board over multiple years now. We've known that we have been deficit spending. We have known for some time that our reserve has been diminishing. We are not like the federal government, as Ralph said. We cannot go into debt. We're not allowed to, right? California can't go into debt. Cities, municipalities can't. School districts can't. So while we've been deficit spending and have been planning to ease ourselves out of that, we've been thrown for a major loop with the pandemic, and multiple of our peers, my peers on the Board of Education, have mentioned what we expect to be devastating losses with regards to city support that comes from tax revenue, sales tax revenue in the city next year. So to touch back or tether back to the Superintendent Advisory Budget Committee, Dr. Dradi has been so forward and so out there to say that he knows that when we make the even harder decisions, and they are coming, and I think it's important, it's our responsibility as a board to let the community know that harder decisions are coming, that Dr. Dradi knew this, and he said, we can't do this without the community. We have to go hand in hand with the community, and we can't leave any stone unturned, and to find ways and to make reductions that are as far away from the classroom as possible. I'm committed to that. I know my peers are. I have the greatest confidence in Dr. Drotti and his leadership. I will just say that, my kids, I have, as I think everyone knows, all of us, everyone on the school board has put our children through this school district. And I have one child who's at the Samuel High. All of us are deeply committed to kids. And we found that we wanted to be on this school board because we wanted to help enrich and to be a part of what Santa Monica and Malibu has been known to be about for a long time, and that's excellence in education. So I'm sorry for rambling, John. I know all of us are very passionate and we're very saddened to be in this position, but I think all of us need to make sure that we are communicating the best we can with our community and signifying our appreciation for those who came out to speak to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. I'll hopefully speak briefly and bring this point home. Before I do, just to, so the special meeting will be on Tuesday, the 12th, Tuesday, May 12th at 5 o'clock. We will have that posted. If it's not posted already, it will be posted tomorrow or within at least the 72-hour period. We encourage you to come back for that. There will be less discussion there. I would assume the board members have voiced their more in-depth feelings now, but there will be a time for the public to speak again if you all choose to. I just want to speak to a couple things, and the first thing is my colleagues have spoken to how difficult this process is, and I don't want to put this onto us or to myself. This process is hardest on the individuals who fear for their jobs and their livelihoods and their families. And I am not going to diminish that feeling by trying to empathize or say, I'm just letting you know that is the crux of this. And we are aware of that. And it is a responsibility and a duty that is one we take extremely seriously. I just want to say that. I listened to 8 hours of the city discussion on Tuesday. What I found so interesting about the city discussion, there were two things. One was everybody who spoke understood that the fiscal crisis was real and the fiscal crisis was urgent. And then they asked for the thing that they would like to see protected. The disconnect that I'm feeling tonight from our 8 hours, or only 5 hours right now, is I don't feel that many people who spoke tonight feel that the fiscal crisis is real within the school district. And to me, I think that could be a failure of us to present the situation clearly. People spoke of a plan. We have been working on this process for months. We knew we were deficit spending. We knew we had to address it, and we had plans for that. What we did not know is this virus would come. There is a plan that will be presented on Thursday, the 21st. This plan addresses so much of what people are asking for. It addresses reductions in consultants and legal fees, all the things that are outside of the classroom. We will be making those cuts. We will be making hard cuts to serious places. In a time of distance learning, you have told us to spend less on technology. You have told us to support teachers and spend less on technology. And right now we're learning through this COVID crisis that technology and teachers are unfortunately inexorably linked. So it's a conundrum. There was one person who spoke tonight who said, you overhired people. You hired too many people when times were good, and now you're firing people. We don't like that either. It's a conundrum. But there is a plan coming on the 21st that hopefully will address so many of these issues. And hopefully by then when we present it, the facts of the crisis will be more real. The state announced today they will be cutting $18 billion of Prop 98 funding. $18 billion that went to California public schools this year will not be going next year. This is devastating to education in California. This is not just a cut, this is devastation. And they project it to get worse the following year. I am not trying to be Chicken Little on this one, but this is the most serious fiscal crisis our country has seen in 100 years. And sadly, it's being thrown on the backs of public education in our state. Don't get me started on wealthy private schools in our community taking SBA loans. Sickening. But it's our job over the next couple of weeks to let you know that our priority is to maintain the integrity of our schools, to maintain the livelihoods of people, to maintain the educational futures of our children in spite of this very, very real disruption to our lives and disruption to the financial chain that goes into our schools. We will do that over the next 2 weeks. And at some point, we will all have to come to an understanding of a same set of facts around the fiscal reality that we are facing. And we will come through this because we are a unique district. We always say that, but we are unique. And we have so many talented people here. And it's a shame to lose any of them. And unfortunately, the situation we're in calls for us to take action. And it is heartbreaking action. But we have to protect the educational futures of our children, of our students. And we will work on this over the next 2 weeks and the next 2 months and the next years as we're needed to. We will find you solutions to the crisis. We will find you ways to reopen the schools. We will find ways to get sports back and performances back and pep rallies back. We will get this back. But we're going to go through a lot of mud to get there. And I promise you that we will do a better job of sharing the information. All right, this is coming back Tuesday. I encourage all of you to come back on Tuesday and share your feelings again or listen to us again as we take a vote on this. We have a very important topic coming up right now, which is major item J6, which is a resolution for grading policies, TK through 12. It's a very important presentation. I'm sorry it's happening at 9:55. But I would like to introduce I'll be introducing Dr. Mora, who will kick this off. So please, Dr. Mora, please take us into this final item.
Thank you. So I'm going to be sharing my screen. So can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So good evening, Board President, members of the board, Dr. Drotti, Cabinet, and guests. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce the board's resolution on evaluation, grades during this period of physical school closures that resulted from the COVID-19 coronavirus pandemic. Before I begin the presentation, I want to take a moment to thank our teachers, college counselors, advisors, and administrators for their unwavering commitment to our students, families, and each other. It is through their thoughtful collaboration and input and willingness to partner with me that we were able to bring forth a recommendation that we believe is equitable and takes into account the trying times our students, families, and staff are experiencing. So the purpose of this presentation is to share the process by which input was gathered to develop the evaluation and grading recommendation for the 2020 spring semester, to identify the key components of the resolution, to review the alternative evaluation and grading policy recommendation, to provide a reading of the resolution, and to share the next steps. As I mentioned previously, the development of the evaluation and grading policy that is found in the board resolution was developed through a collaborative process that engaged district leadership, principals, counselors, advisors, teachers, and union leadership to elicit input that was the foundation for language that was further reviewed and revised. Before you is a timeline of our process. Our work evolved through 4 distinct stages. Stage 1 took place prior to spring break between the dates of March 20th and April 2nd, when we began our blended approach to distance learning. It was during this time that we began having conversations with principals and they in turn with their staff on the grading of the work completed during that window. This foundational work can be found in our distance learning FAQ. Upon our return from spring break, we continued the conversation and we began the formal collection of input from our teachers and staff. This is illustrated in stage 2 of the graphic. You see that we've identified meetings with principals and then meeting times when principals met with their site's school leadership team and faculty advisory councils. So as I mentioned, our principals met and they shared with me the initial input that their teachers had provided. This input was then utilized to draft language that was taken back to the school site leadership team, known as the SLT, and the faculty advisory councils, also known as the FAC or the FACs, of each school site for feedback and input. Once this input was gathered, we moved to stage 3. In the meetings with principals, we reviewed and discussed the input that was gathered and made revisions to the language as needed. So the revisions that we made from this input were primarily at the middle school. What we found was that the initial draft that was created was able to capture the thinking of our elementary and of our high school teams. The middle school just had a slight adjustment that was made to provide greater clarity. We culminated this process with a meeting with our SMMUSD and SMMCTA negotiation team on May 1st, which is our stage 4. During this meeting, we reviewed the language. We discussed and provided clarification on the language. So there were slight adjustments made in order to ensure that the language was as clear as possible. This language was then included in the resolution and shared with board leadership. So once this process concluded, then a draft resolution was created in order to review. The key components of the resolution includes 1, our response and support of distance learning. It really highlighted the work that our teachers, our principals, and our support staff have been doing to support our students and families in this most difficult time. It highlights the innovation and willingness to learn and change practice in order to meet the needs of our students that our teachers and staff engaged in. Additionally, it incorporates the guidance that was provided by the California Department of Education and the Los Angeles County Office of Education and UCs and CSUs on evaluation and grading. This was utilized to build the evaluation and grading policy that is being presented before you today. What is important to note is that the foundational work that our team had created was directly in alignment with the guidance that later followed through the CDE and the Los Angeles County Office of Ed. So our teachers, our administrators, and our staff really did a lot of work in order to ensure that our students were being provided with every opportunity to be successful, not only social emotionally, but also academically. Additionally, we also offer an equitable evaluation and grading policy that takes into account the current and ever-changing lived experiences of our students, families, and staff. So these are the 3 main components that you will see and you will find within the resolution. So what I want to focus our attention on now is the language for the alternative evaluation and grading policy for our elementary schools. So for students in grades TK through 5, classroom teachers will not assign number grades or marks for any area. Instead, teachers will provide ongoing feedback to students and families that will culminate with a written narrative that reflects students' performance over the course of the year, including progress made during distance learning. The narrative will be a holistic assessment of student learning and progress that will identify areas of strength and provide feedback for areas of growth that includes suggestions for next steps. At the middle school level, for students in grades 6 through 8, teachers will assign a credit, CR, or no credit, NC, for the second semester and will provide ongoing feedback on assignments and student work to students and families on progress made during grading period 6. The credit, CR, or no credit, NC, grade will not be calculated in the grade point average. Students are expected to participate during distance learning to the extent their circumstances allow. Students who participate in distance learning and earn a passing grade of A, B, C, or D during grading period 5 will be issued a credit for the semester grade. This really gives us the criteria by which the credit, CR, or no credit will be issued. So any student who participated in distance learning and earned a passing grade of A, B, C, or D during grading period 5 will receive a credit for the semester grade. Students who do not participate in distance learning may earn an incomplete. Now, students who were not passing at grading period 5 may improve their grade for grading period 6 and the semester to a credit by demonstrating progress towards mastery of essential standards as determined by their teacher. So this means that if a student was receiving a grade lower than a D in grading period 5, but demonstrates they're working towards and engaging in distance learning, and that they're learning and providing their work with their teacher's guidance and support, they may be able to improve their grade. So again, if students were not passing at grade period 5 and they do demonstrate progress, their no credit can be improved to a credit. However, if students who were not passing at grading period 5 and do not demonstrate growth during the distance learning period, a grade of no credit may be issued at the teacher's discretion. It is important to highlight at this point that our teachers and our administrators and the support staff is doing everything in their power to reach out to families and students and provide as much flexibility and support so that they are successful academically and social emotionally. So at the high school level, we've also been able to, through the deep conversations and collaborations of multiple teams, come with a grading policy to recommend. For students in grade 9 through 12, teachers will assign letter grades based on performance on assignments due on March 13th, 2020. These grades will be referred to as the baseline. So the baseline grade will be issued based on work that was due by March 13th. Students had the opportunity to turn in assignments throughout this distance learning that can impact their grade, but their baseline grade is calculated based on assignments due on March 13th. Teachers will then issue grades for the semester that are the same as the letter grade issued for the baseline. Teachers will also issue final grades that are higher than the grades issued for the baseline if evidence of sufficient gains in student learning and progress is apparent from the work completed during distance learning. What this means is that students have the opportunity to improve their grade from the baseline that they had during March 13th. So if a student had a C and they engaged in distance learning, communicated with their teachers, they would have an opportunity to increase their grade from a C to a B to an A. It would be dependent on their participation and the demonstration of learning based on what the teacher is assigning during this distance learning time. Now, in addition, students in grades 9 through 12 shall also have the option to take a credit or no credit grade instead of a letter grade for any course or courses for the second semester 2020. Students in 12th grade must select this option on or before June 5th, 2020. Students in grade 9 through 11th must select this option on or before June 10th, 2020. If the credit or no credit option is not selected by the aforementioned dates, the second semester grade will default to a letter grade. Therefore, students and families must make this selection for seniors by June 5th, for freshmen, sophomores, and juniors by June 10th. Now, the no credit grade will not be calculated in the grade point average. Now, you might be wondering, what are the letter grades that will issue a credit or no credit? Students who earned a grade of A, B, C, or D for the baseline will be issued a credit for the semester grade if they select this option by the aforementioned dates. Students who earned a grade of F for the baseline will be issued no credit for the semester grade if, again, they make the selection by the dates. Students may improve their grade of no credit for the semester to a credit if evidence of sufficient gains in student learning and progress is apparent from the work completed during distance learning. Again, I want to highlight that our teachers, our counselors, our advisors, our support staff are working diligently to connect with our students, are being as flexible as possible with our students in order to support them in this distance learning period. They are supporting them so that they feel successful academically and also social emotionally. This has been the foundation by which these recommendations have been brought forth. Additionally, our high school teachers will continue to provide assignments throughout the distance learning period. These assignments and grades will be entered into the Illuminate gradebook to provide students and parents with a snapshot of course grades. Teachers are encouraged to provide ongoing feedback on assignments and student work to students and families on progress during distance learning. We are also asking students to make every effort to use any means available to them to remain engaged each day. Students and parents are encouraged to monitor engagement and academic progress by checking the Illuminate Parent Portal or other platforms utilized by the school regularly for information on assignments and grades. We are asking our students and our families to support us and continue being partners in this process. We need your support in order for us to be able to best support you. Every effort will be made by our school staff to connect with students and families to support their well-being and academic success during this distance learning. Our teachers and counselors and advisors and support staff have been doing this every day, and they are committed to continuing in this practice in order to support our students and families. And at this point, I respectfully ask Board President Keene if he would please read the board resolution or highlight any key areas that the board would like to share publicly.
Right, I'm going to ask Vice President Lieberman to read the last three, be it further resolved, as I believe you really presented the heart of the program. And then after we can do your next slide, which sort of brings up what a lot of the next questions will be. So Vice President Lieberman.
So be it further resolved that staff will provide ongoing updates to the District Board of Education via the Friday memo on distance learning progress, meal distribution progress, device distribution progress, and student wellness progress. And be it further resolved The district will develop a plan for the 2020-2021 academic year to assess and intervene on students' learning loss, including more intensive support for special populations. And last, be it further resolved that due to the increased revenue and resource needs in all areas because of the learning loss as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District Board of Education members resolve to advocate at the local, state, and national levels to acquire the revenue and resources needed to ensure that each and every student is receiving the quality instruction and equitable support required for our students to thrive in the 21st century.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Moore, do you want to finish the presentation with the last slide?
Yes, thank you so much, President King. So as part of our process, and it was really important for us to ensure that we were listening and taking notes in regards to what desire and what guidance did our teaching staff have in relationship to the implementation of the recommended alternative evaluation and grading policy. So in response to this need, we have been committed to establishing working groups at the elementary, middle school and high school and special education to provide greater guidance on how to move forward with the implementation of the policy should the board approve the resolution this evening. We've already engaged in conversations with our elementary working committee because their primary focus was the desire to identify a document for the final reporting period and be able to, in our ability to provide our teachers with examples of what a holistic narrative would entail, and really discuss the opportunities of additional time in order for them to write these meaningful and authentic narratives. At the middle school, there's a desire from staff to receive greater guidance on effective feedback for students and families as it relates to the learning that is taking place. So we've been able to bring together an elementary and middle school working group this particular week. So they've been engaging in these conversations. At the high school level, there was a desire for us to develop a document for families and students that request the credit or no credit option that outlines possible implications of this choice on future post-secondary aspirations beyond fall of 2020. So they really wanted us to be able to have an opportunity to clarify for families any wonderings that they may have around the credit, no credit option. And then lastly, our special ed working committee, there was a desire to really be able to come together to determine how to implement the before mentioned policies across programs and within the IEP guidelines. So our special ed committee, working group, has been able to meet as well this week. My next step is to continue to work with our high school team to bring together the high school working committee to begin the items that were delineated. These were the agreements that came about as we engaged in conversations and as our teachers shared with us what they would need from our department in order to move forward and implement this policy should it be adopted by the board to the best of their ability. And at this point, I thank you for your time. Again, I thank our teachers, our administrators, our counselors and advisors, and all of our support staff for everything that they do and are continuing to do to support our families and our students. And I open up for any questions or comments from our board.
Great. We have a speakers list already, which starts with Richard and then goes to me. And if Dr. Moore, if you could get the presentation off the screen, I can see other board members if they want to join the queue. Craig is on the queue. Maria's on the queue. Kimya's on the queue. I'm going to put Kimya ahead of Craig and Maria. TJ.
Thank you, John. I just want to, before I jump in, we don't have any public speakers on this?
No, we do not.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure that I didn't start to discuss things. Dr. Mora, where did Dr. Mora go? Oh, thank you, Dr. Mora. I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to you and to your staff and all of the teachers who worked on this. I think that what you have come up with is exemplary and reflects our district's commitment to flexibility in this really trying time, and the sensibilities I think all of us expressed when we were first finding ourselves moving to when we first canceled classes on ground and saying that we didn't want any of this to cause harm to our students, to our staff, to our teachers. And so the generosity and the flexibility and the hewing to our values is so clear here. Thank you. I also want to say I really appreciate this coming to us as a kind of a standalone, I know it's not an emergency, but as an urgency or an alternative for this one semester. And as I think we've heard throughout the evening, that all of us are expecting that life is going to be very different for some time to come. And we trust that you and Dr. Drotti and your team will be bringing the what ifs as we move forward. And when I heard Ralph say July 1st, I said, no, Ralph, we can't go, but he went to fiscal year when we go back over to July 1, but because we all heard the governor say, right, that he thought schools could open July 1st. I think that's because he wanted his children to go back to school, is what he said after the fact. But thank you so much for this. Craig and I both have high schoolers. We both have juniors. And then you've got Oscar. He's got us covered, I think, one in elementary and one in middle. Right, Oscar, I got that right. So I'm going to just share anecdotally that my son's teachers have been incredible and been so on it and so supportive through this, during this time. And I think that it's clear that it is really different, and people, students, teachers, I assume administrators and all support staff as well are coming to learn what this new environment is like. As a teacher at Santa Monica College, I have had experience teaching online, but if you can believe it, 60% of my peers at the community college didn't know how to do this, right? So all of us, it seems, at all different levels, pre-K through 14 for us, for sure, in colleges, are learning what this is about. So again, thank you for this. I am continuing to support it. I have a couple of clarifying questions, or just maybe they're not clarifying, excuse me. They're not clarifying. They're questions that I would hope that you could answer. And if not tonight, certainly in the days to come. And I want my peers to know that I already submitted these questions to Dr. Morris, so I'm not catching her off guard. I'm curious as to when and how students at the high school level, when he, she, they would be notified as to what that baseline grade from March 13 was. I only say that because I suspect if some of the teachers are like me, I may have graded things but not entered them into the book, or right. I'm just wondering how someone makes the assessment as to where he, she, or they were at on that particular day. And I'll say why that's of significance to me. One reason I am so supportive of this is that I believe that this policy for the semester, is going to help alleviate some of the anxiety and the fear for some of our most vulnerable students in the district. In that he, she, they will be able to determine where to put their energies in this particular remote learning environment. Maybe they want to focus on one particular class and really pull themselves up and take advantage of the fact that the policy says that you could improve your grade in the what do we call it, the remote or online environment. And so I think it's important for students to know what that is, so that he, she, they, in consultation with their advisor, I really appreciate that too, the deep consultation as to what is best for them moving forward. I also really appreciate that you didn't suggest a pass-fail, but rather a credit, no credit, because I don't want a child at any level, I know I'm probably a board to be slapped with that kind of that marker or that grade. I think the no credit, and then the opportunities that we have for credit recovery over the summer and beyond is good. So the one about the March 13th, and then also I'm hoping that maybe, since we have you in the hot seat tonight, that you could address some of the rumors that are about in social media about an early end to our school year at the secondary level, which I believe to be unfounded and not accurate. And there may be some confusion based upon seniors and then lower class persons. So perhaps that you could address that. And then lastly, so I have 3 questions. And then lastly, could you maybe share with the board what the timeline might be if there were going to be a wholesale revision or look at remote learning policy and AR for the fall semester? Thank you.
While Dr. Moore gets prepared, maybe I can address about the early release of school. So I believe it was Antonio Shelton that sent out a message to his staff or his community that he would normally send to seniors because all seniors of high school finish a week or 2 weeks early in preparation for graduation and just getting things lined up. And while the staff kind of prepares to get final grades and so on. So that is essentially what he did. I think the confusion was that there's some people in the elementary or middle school that caught wind of what he sent out and didn't quite understand how high schools operate and assumed that he said the school is ending early for everyone. And that was not the case.
And if I may, to answer the question around the notifying on students, and that's going to be one of the questions and the discussions that we will have during our high school working committee, right? Because part of the dialogue is how will, since we are offering the option, if the board were to approve the resolution, students will have the option of doing a credit, no credit, or course or courses. It's going to be important that we develop the timeline that we know, okay, do our students already know their grades as of that date? And they may very well already have that, but I will be able to work with them to get the clarity on those pieces. If for some reason students don't have their grade, then how do we make sure that we provide them that information so that they can make an informed decision with their families around what will be the best option for them. So that'll be one part of the conversation. And then we will also, within that group, as I mentioned before, develop a process around how will our students have the opportunity to select the credit, no credit? What will that document look like? How will we make sure that everything is taken care of on the back end of the house? So all of that will be worked out with individuals from our high school team who can really bring their expertise and really think through and support us in creating a process that is as smooth and seamless for our teachers, for our counselors, advisors, and for our families. Now, your last question had to do with the timeline for the BP and AR. I think as we come closer to having a clearer idea of what will happen in the fall, my initial work prior to bringing forth the resolution was in the development of a BP and AR, right? So there's been a lot of foundational work done in that area that will support us to be able to launch if we continue in a distance learning approach through an online experience, right? Or if it's a blended model, we have the foundational work necessary to be able to come to the board in a quick turnaround time, utilizing the foundational work that we've engaged in, utilizing the resolution to really come back to our teachers, our administrators, and MCTA to think about, okay, what adjustments do we need to make? Or are we comfortable with moving forward with this current resolution on evaluation and grading so that we continue for the fall? So just know that we have all the foundational work necessary to be able to be ready if that were the case.
Thank you, Dr. Morrow.
Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you, TJ. So just one question, then one comment, Dr. Moore. So I'm sorry I didn't ask you this earlier, but it came to me during the day today. So we're locking in a baseline on March 13th. I have heard from multiple families. I've heard from 3 families so far, and they're saying my kid was sick in February. We had some incompletes in our portfolio before the March 13th baseline. is there any way for a student to make up some of that pre-March 13th work to change the baseline based on the previous work? Or is their only outcome to do all the work and see their grade improve after the fact?
So I would encourage the students to work closely with their teachers, because my understanding is that our teachers are being as flexible as possible to accept work and support them beyond that. The baseline grade is the baseline grade, but anything that's submitted, even if it was graded after the baseline, will have an influence to improve the grade. Because the spirit of our the spirit of our resolution, the grading evaluation policy, is for students to have the opportunity to improve whatever they received on the baseline. So if a student received a C and they are continuing to do the work and demonstrating the progress and being engaged, their grade can improve to a B or an A.
So those, I guess the question, yeah, so the baseline wouldn't matter. If a child had a few zeros or incompletes that caused their baseline to be lower, when they made up the work after the 13th, that would basically wipe out the zero on the baseline or improve what, I'm just saying, like if you had a child that had a horrible February, it affects their baseline. So even if they make up the work, it doesn't, the teacher would have to show flexibility in maybe forgiving a zero or wiping that out. So it really does give a lot of flexibility to the teacher in this situation.
Yeah, so Dr. Dorati, you were raising your hand. Sorry, I'm like.
I only bring this up because this virus was in our community in January and February. We're learning that now. So we did have kids that were dealing with illnesses before March 13th. Oh, Ben, you're muted.
You're muted.
We got to unmute you.
Yes.
That's why I was talking. I was talking away for nothing. Then I think in any situation, if a student was sick throughout the year and has an incomplete because they were sick, and they have the ability to come back and make up that grade. But this resolution wouldn't. So one can approach it that way, or just use a resolution to improve the grade. So either way, it's an improvement.
Look, and you know what? In this situation now, which brings me to my comment, we are not a one-size-fits-all district, and this is not a one-size-fits-all resolution. It has flexibility. It has different solutions, and the goal was to leave as few students harmed by this situation as possible. So my hope is that in these weird scenarios that the teachers and principals will work with the families to accomplish the goal. Because the goal is not to give the child an A, B, C, or a credit. The goal is to not leave a child harmed by the situation they are in. So I really appreciate the work that you guys did and the teachers and the principals did, because this doesn't please everybody. This certainly does not please everybody. Some wanted more rigor, some wanted less. Some are concerned about college transcripts. All that's in play. But I think this is a great solution to leave the fewest number of students harmed. So thank you for the work you guys did.
John,
yes.
Just as a side, I just want to say, my son probably won't mind my telling you that he had a terrible February because he was diagnosed with mononucleosis. Did I say that right? And he was sick. And so he was allowed to make up all of that work, right? So I just want to tell you that he has found that all of his teachers, when you're sick, they're really accommodating.
Yeah, that was my experience with two children in the district as well. So anyway, Kimia, Craig, and Maria.
Okay, I'll keep this quick, but I did want to say that I fully agree with this resolution, and I can tell you that so many other students would feel the same way about this. It's just like very wonderful. It's super accommodating, and it also resolves a lot of anxieties that I've had about grading this semester, and a lot of my peers have had about grading, because distance learning has definitely been like very challenging, obviously, but it's really hard, I think, for teachers especially to like accurately gauge our grasp of the material and to like teach us fully. And likewise, it's hard for students to learn independently and without much aid. And, you know, like over Zoom, it's definitely not the same as like a conventional classroom. But just to clarify, because I know that I myself, like I still have finals and online quizzes and essays to turn in and things like that that'll definitely impact my grade and that would normally impact my grade. Would these then only serve as opportunities to raise letter grades in this situation? Like, that's just to clarify. And also another thing, relative to other schools, would students choosing the pass or fail option at the end of the year make them maybe look like relatively worse than other students? Because there might be some kind of unintentional like implications when a student chooses the pass or fail option. I'm just unaware of like the policies of other schools as of now, but do we know what other districts are deciding or like when they would be deciding?
Yeah, so to answer your first question around the work that you're completing, your grades, your quizzes. So everything that you're doing now serves to improve your baseline grade, right? So whatever your grade was in on March 13th, all the work that you're completing is and you're engaging in is to continue to learn and progress for the year. It's not just only about improving your grade, right? Yes, it could improve your grade if you have a C or a B and you want to get that A, or if you have a D and you want to improve to a C. It can improve your grade, but it's not just about improving, it's about learning. It's about staying connected. It's about engaging with your teachers. It's about learning through this and being in this journey together. And expanding, and stretching as a learner, right? Because you're just sharing that as a student, it's stretching you, trying to be independent and engage in a process that we didn't intend or plan for. So it provides an opportunity for not just for our students, but also for us as the educators to learn and grow with all of you in this journey. So just like you're working really hard and our teachers are working really hard and stretching themselves and be innovative and trying something new, and they are learning as well, the hope and the ask is that all of our students, that all of you continue to stay engaged, even if you already have an A.
Okay.
Yeah. And then your second question had to do with what are other districts doing? And I'll share that across the state, there's variability. There's some districts that at the high school level are just doing credit, no credit, and that are doing the option for letter grades. There are others that are doing only A through D with no Fs. So there is variability in what districts are doing. There are some that are doing letter grades and credit, no credit, or pass fail option, something similar to us. But there's no one size fits all. I believe that's what President Key mentioned. And the guidance that we received from the California Department of Education and the Los Angeles County Office of Ed is that this was a local decision and that we needed to engage in really thoughtful conversations around what met the needs of our learning community, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And now you said, what are some possible implications? And that's one of the reasons why our high school team wants to get together to share what would be those possible implications, those unintended consequences. But also keep in mind that we're all in the same boat across the entire state and nation. We're working through these pieces together. But we do want to share with our families what those reservations are if they choose the option of credit, no credit.
Okay.
Dr. Drotti?
Yeah, you said what I was going to say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that clears a lot of anxiety up about this, definitely. Because already junior year is like a very imperative year with our grade, SAT scores, and we don't even know if we're going to have our SAT scores at this point. So I'm just like, thank you.
I completely understand, and that's why our high school team was really passionate that it was important for us to come together to develop a document to inform our families and our students about those possible implications. And we want to be able to produce that for all of you.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Great. Do we have Maria next, if I remember properly?
I was next.
Sorry, Craig is next, then Maria. I'm sorry that I remembered improperly, and then Oscar. Craig, Maria, Oscar.
So just to get Kimmy's question clearly and succinctly answered, the benchmark is a ratchet, right? It can only go up; it can't go down.
The baseline, yes.
Sorry,
the baseline grade.
So
as an aside, I think that creates some very interesting learning situations for the teachers and the students, because there's a lot of talk about what we would do if we didn't have to worry about grades. And this creates an interesting, safe space in which to explore that. There's still curriculum, there's still the things that need to be learned. So I think I'm very curious to see what innovations will come, what sort of opportunities kids will have to advance their grades and stuff. I want to echo what Richard said. I mean, it's just an incredible amount of work that went into this, and the collaboration and communication and all that. And I think it's fantastic. I also think it's a very wise solution, because it balances wanting to protect kids, wanting to give them upside. And truth be told, if you're 3/4, 2/3 of the way through junior year, for example, like Kimmy, or freshman year or whatever, you've got a pretty good baseline going. So it's not a bad place to peg it and work from. You know, there's probably not going to be a huge change from there, certainly not down. So I like all that. I have one particular question, which I also emailed you earlier, and I'm fine that this wouldn't get included, because I understand there's a long collaborative process that's much bigger than me. But I did note that there's the possibility of incomplete in middle school, but not in high school. And I have some concern that compassion taken to an extreme can be actually hurtful to the person we're compassionate with. And we saw this in Malibu during the fires. We actually had kids who were doing 2 extra days of math class, for example, because they'd lost a key portion of their math learning during the fires, and they needed to make it up. They were simply deficient in the amount that they were supposed to have learned, in my daughter's case, in sophomore year, that they had to make up in junior year. So if a student goes totally AWOL and just doesn't show up for class, literally, and gets the baseline grade, and they get whatever they get and they're fine, I feel like that's going to lead to ruin the following year. And I feel like it would be more compassionate to be tracking if students are showing up, not in a punitive way, but you got to be there. You got to show up. So is there a mechanism for making sure that kids just don't completely check out? And yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
So I know, and these were conversations that we had with our high school teams, and we also engaged in the dialogue even with our SMCTA and SMMUSD negotiation team that reviewed the evaluation and grading recommendations prior to it coming forth. And the big reservation was that the incomplete created this space where students will not be able to have that direct communication with their teachers that assign that work, right? And there's going to be this greater separation. So if a student is assigned that incomplete, the year ends, then there's that summer break, we return to the fall, and then there's been this time gap of who's monitoring, who's supervising, who's connecting with the student based on those assignments. And they might not have the knowledge of what entailed those assignments that needed to be completed. Additionally, when we think about would they benefit from engaging maybe in summer school with that incomplete looming, it could be, they might not necessarily be able to go into summer school because it's a completely different process, and they're trying to complete assignments as it relates to that respective course. So those were the thoughts around having incompletes and then having that huge time gap for the student and not having that direct support and contact with the classroom teacher that assigned the work.
So if tomorrow, Craig Foster, 11th grader, who very easily might have done this, gets the word that I'm going to get my B or my C for sure, whatever I do, and I go surfs up, the minute they open the beaches, I'm out there 5 days a week. I stop going to class. What happens?
So what happens is that our teachers communicate with families to let our families know your son, daughter, he, she, they have not been checking in. They have not been completing work. It is important that they are still engaged because there is learning taking place that will impact them as they prepare for the following school year, right? Because there's still skills that are being developed, and there's learning that's taking place, maybe not in the same way that is taking place in the classroom. So that communication and that outreach continues to take place with our families, through our teachers, through our counselors and advisors. I know in talking to our high school principals, they've done residency checks. They've gone to see what's happening with our students and our families to connect with them and give them the support that they need. And they are working with them to provide them every opportunity. But you're right. You know, there may be situations where that may happen, and those are the unintended consequences. And we will continue to reach out to all of our families and our students in order to keep them engaged. Dr. Drotti?
Yeah, I'll just say I was a part of the conversation when this point was brought up. I think this is why I think the high school staff said we need to continue to include the grades, the letter grades during this time, so that when parents log in, and let's say if your son or daughter is not checking in, not turning in work, you will still see the F there for that period of time. Although you have a B at the end, we still want to be able to communicate that the grade that this person is failing this period, I guess.
Great. I mean, I think that's really enlightened, actually, because we're used to there's a grade and that's your incentive and that's what holds your nose to the grindstone. And you're saying you've actually got this grace period to learn, but we'll watch and we'll be in communication. And if you're not doing your work, human to human, you'll be held accountable and we'll help you. And I think that's beautiful, actually. I'm very happy with that answer. So I'm done. Thanks, John. Thank you, Jackie.
Great. Maria, then Oscar.
Yes, no, I just wanted to comment. Thank you so much. I mean, the process that you presented, Dr. Mora, seems like a very, collaborative, really thought out, considered process. I think in working with the teachers, the principals, and taking into consideration students at all the levels, I think that's great. My only concern is this, I guess, as we're looking for those students, those on the lower, end of the spectrum in terms of, of grading, and for those that on March 13th weren't grading all that well and might not have been passing a class, whether there's been some intervention now taking place so that those students are able to catch up somewhere and that there is some learning taking place, or whether maybe there's some issues of mental health or whatever that's kind of intervened that's keeping that child from engaging. So I know that this doesn't respond to that, but that's just mainly my concern that, I see how, I know there's flexibility being built in by teachers, but I don't know at this point how much teachers can really engage with students who are not connecting.
What I can share with you is in my conversations with our high school principals, we've discussed these possible scenarios, and they've been outreaching to families and to students and doing everything they can to connect with them and provide and figure out what are the barriers that they are experiencing, and then how can we support them? What is it that they are needing? What are those basic needs that need to be met in order for them to be able to access, right? Because our students and our families are dealing with many different things, right? We are all in the same boat, but we're we're experiencing the journey in different ways. There was someone who shared that, some of us are experiencing the storm in sprinkles, and others are also actually experiencing the storm, and then some are experiencing hurricanes, right? And everywhere in between. So, and it ebbs and flows, and our students and families and teachers are experiencing that as well. but I know that our high school, all of our principals are working together to really connect, working with their teachers to connect with the students and families that are experiencing the most challenging time. Are we thinking about how are we going to support them beyond this time? Yes, we are. We're thinking, okay, how do we provide additional supports for our students? What can we do differently to reach them? And then how are we going to create programming to support them to fill in those areas of need that we know are going to exist because of the learning of the experiences that they're going through that are impacting them and being able to access. So
let me just follow up on one of the points that Kimia made in terms of the credit, no credit aspect of it. For those students that say in high school that decide maybe they're just having the hard time of it and maybe their whatever their baseline grade wasn't all that great and it's probably like a D rather than, I mean, I think they could work with it. Maybe they can increase it to a C, but at that option, if they decide to do a pass, it's almost like, will the schools, because it's nationwide anyway, it's worldwide, will the schools understand, I guess, like the caveat of the time that maybe if they did get a pass, it's because of the situation of what was happening. I'm sure they're going to have that in mind, right? So it shouldn't be hurt them that much if they decide to do a credit.
So are you talking, when you're saying the schools, are you talking about the university, this UCCSUs, private universities, out-of-state universities? Right. Yes, they have released information saying and outlining that they will be accepting a credit, no credit because of this time. The reservation has always been, will this hold beyond this time period, right? But the CSUs, UCs, and even private schools have provided language that states that they understand what the current reality that we are faced with, and that they will be taking holistic approaches in relationship to the grades that students are selecting to include within their transcripts during this time span. But again, there's a lot of other things that we have to take into consideration because, for example, there's the Cal grants that utilize GPAs, and when you're doing a credit, no credit, that doesn't come into play. So that is the reason why, as a high school working committee, we want to come together to explain those unintended consequences that our families need to be aware of, the information that they need in order to make the best informed decisions for themselves as a student and as a family. So there are reservations, and there are considerations that we need to take into account when our students are choosing credit, no credit, and we want to make sure that our families know what those implications may be down the line.
Thank you.
Oscar.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Mora, for the presentation, and I really appreciate the process that staff has led to get all the stakeholders' input on this. It's a very important decision. I have concerns about the credit, no credit, because working with teenagers for many years, I know that some teenagers, especially those that are most at risk and more underserved, they might think that it's easier for them, credit option, and they'll be shortchanging themselves, and so I really want us to communicate as much as we can. I know you're committed to doing that, and I'm really glad to hear that there's going to be a very robust communication strategy for students and for parents. So because people really need to know what the consequences are, and also the unintended consequences. Somebody sort of giving up a little bit, because they just feel that it's you're still going to pass with a credit. I'm really concerned that a lot of our working class students, not having that information, will just think it's the easier thing for them, and it'll hurt them in the long run. So really concerned about that. But I think the communication, if we rolled out right, we'll be able to deal with some of that. One of the things that's important to understand also is how many students have D's and F's right now. There's a lot of students that on that baseline baseline grade, by March 13th, have D's and F's. What I would really like to see, and I don't know if there was any discussion in terms of how we might be able to give students an incomplete and give them more time than the 6 months to improve those grades, especially for those seniors who need those courses, to complete it. Again, I don't want them to shortchange themselves, with a credit, no credit. For those students that really need to, get a little bit more from the classroom instruction, we should give them find a way to give them more time to finish that incomplete for those that have D's and F's. That's the main thing that I wanted to just put out there. So just in terms of, you can remind us how is it that we're going to roll out the communication? Are the teachers going to talk to students? And then are we going to have principals talking, like having webinars or somehow communicating to parents? Oh, and one last thing. Both of my kids, they're doing great. They love the transition. They feel really supported by their teachers, both at Edison and at John Adams. But one thing that also came up is that one resource that we should think about is how we can have students within the classroom helping other students out. So the students that are doing a little bit better, have a better grasp of the information, how they might be utilized within the social distance and distance learning, how they might be supportive of other students in the classroom. So utilizing those students that have a better mastery of the material to be tutoring or offering some extra support to students in the classroom, so that that might be a good way to utilize their skills.
Great, thank you, Oscar. I have not heard from Ralph nor Mia. You don't have to speak, but you both are certainly welcome and encouraged to.
Sent you a text, but I just really, I think this is, it's really great. It's healthy. And I think it's something that we actually should consider keeping in place, and develop it over time. When this period ends, we don't necessarily have to go back to the system we had, as long as we're clear what the implications are, so that students can do this. I mean, this is more sort of, in college, you get this kind of flexibility. You can work with teachers and get pass fail and, credit, no credit. Not everybody's going to, the kids' futures are changing. And so I don't think everybody has to, have the full grades. And I really love that we're setting a time and place in the semester and letting students, know that they can better that, but not fall behind it, except if I think the question came up, what happens, if they just stop showing up? Well, my understanding is, you can get an F, but you have to work hard to get it, so to speak. So we're making every effort to not make that happen. But I just think it's a really healthy thing. And, thank you, Ben and Jacqueline for working through all this with the teachers and everybody. And I think it's got a lot of merit, and I think it can be really healthy over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. Mia, do you want to bring us home?
Sure. I actually wasn't.
Sorry, Lori's going to bring us home.
Oh.
Sorry, Mia, you bring us home, and then Lori will bring us home again.
Okay, sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, it's my mistake. I didn't see Lori on the list. Sorry, Mia.
I actually wasn't planning on speaking because I know it's 10:55 and there's a lot of people on this call, and I just kind of wanted to echo what everybody else was saying. I greatly appreciate your work, Ms. Mora, on this resolution, and this is actually exactly what I was hoping for. I spoke with ASB, my teacher, and actually Dr. Shelton before they had the discussion locally at the high school about how they felt about the resolution, and everything that I wanted was executed, and that makes me really happy. So thank you.
All righty, Ms. Lieberman, good luck following that.
I don't know if I can follow that and say that as well, because I think that was very well put. I just want to thank Dr. Mora, Dr. Drotti, the teachers, the principals, for the amount of work that went into this. But I think reaching a great as great a solution as we can have under the circumstances. Nothing meets the needs of every single person, but this is an attempt to at least be flexible enough to meet the range of needs that students have and the desires of teachers to make sure, and principals to make sure students are really trying to cope with the new ways of learning that they're faced with, and that they are showing up. So I just want to really say that I think the process has been great. The outcome is as good as it could get. Districts are all over the map with what they've come out with, and I think this is a really, while a little complicated, really nicely done approach to what is kind of a difficult situation that hopefully won't take its toll in any way on anybody's futures. So thank you again.
Great. So is there somebody who would like to move the item?
I'll move it.
Move the item.
I saw Richard, then I saw Craig with the second. Sorry, Maria, you're in the lower left. I couldn't see. So let's do a roll call. Oscar.
I'm abstention. I'm abstaining from this.
Okay. Lori.
Yes.
Richard.
Yes.
Craig.
Yes.
Mia.
Yes.
Kimya.
Yes.
Ralph.
Yes.
Maria.
Yes.
I am a yes. So that is 6 + 2 plus an abstention. So that resolution carries. Thank you all for your work. Now we have one information item, which is a rescission of preliminary layoff notices. There's 14 employee IDs on that information item, but Dr. Kelly already referred to those rescissions. Do we have any board member items tonight? Yes, Lori.
I just want to make one quick board member comment. I want to recognize, applaud, celebrate the Ed Foundation for putting on an incredible virtual event in the middle of the pandemic. They really stood up to the challenge and said, we're going to try to make lemonade out of lemons. And they did a phenomenal job. And for anyone who's on here who was present on that, they know that what I'm saying is true. And I think that I don't know if their total is final, but I think they raised just over $150,000 in a virtual event, a first time event that was really, really, really fun and just phenomenal. So I just wanted to put that up there.
Thanks. So it sounds like we kind of have moved to board member comments, which is totally cool. So Oscar, you're next.
Yeah.
That's what you asked for.
Oh, I said board member items.
Yeah. I wanted to see if my colleagues on the board support the idea of us directing staff to do the research on developer fees. I want to learn more about that to see if we can enhance revenue that way, and if there was support on the board to get staff to look into that, to do that research.
Who wants, so Dr. Droddy, who on the staff? Would that be Melody's department, one would assume?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe Melody and Carrie can look into that, or whoever's department, and put something in the Friday memo, and then if it goes somewhere, it goes somewhere. Is that cool?
It's definitely my department, and I have information.
Terrific. So maybe we'll put it in the next Friday, and if it leads to something, we'll take it to the next level. Is that cool, Oscar? Thank you. Any other board member comments? Seeing none, and it's 11 o'clock, we all got to get on the road to go home. Let us adjourn. Really good meeting, guys. Oops, sorry.
In the parking lot.
Yeah, I was going to say we don't get to hang out in the parking lot together, but thank you all for your work. Thank you to the public, and we'll see you Tuesday.
All right.
Bye.
Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Good night.